Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Nordic-Baltic Migration Conference, this year hosted in this beautiful Estonian National Museum building. And please also take your time during the breaks to visit the museum. There's also an exhibition here today and ongoing about the coastal Swedes. And also the conference participants get 50% discount for visiting the museum and exhibitions. The conference is organized by the Nordic Council of Ministers Office and Ministry of Cultural Affairs in Estonia. And very, very big thanks to Maria Grachev for supporting and being so dedicated in organizing this event. And of course, special thanks also to Madis Kanarvik, who is kind of heart and soul of the conference series. My name is Tiit Tammaru. I'm the professor of urban and population geography. And together with Kaisa Kepsu, we will be guiding you through the day today. And this year's conference theme is Keys of Integration, Access to Digital Tools and Affordable Housing. And it's also supported by the Foreign 2.0 project. As always, we have a very distinguished set of speakers from different Nordic and Baltic countries, and they represent both the academic world and real world of practitioners. So I hope that we have, again, a very nice set of talks on these key topics. And without further ado, I will give the floor for the opening speeches to Maria Grachev, who is the director of Nordic Council of Ministers Office, and Eda Silberg, the Undersecretary of Cultural Diversity of the Ministry of Culture of Estonia. So please, Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tiit, if I may be so informal and refer to you by first name, but you're such a good friend. And thank you for those opening words kicking off today. And ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome to today's conference. It's fantastic to see new and familiar faces. Everyone equally welcome. And as you know, we also have colleagues with us online who are listening in today. And it's incredible to have such good partners in the work that we do. As many of you know, this is a regional project. It is managed out of our office in Lithuania by our project manager Vida, who is also here. Striped sweater over there, so that in case you have any questions or thoughts, Vida is here to answer and help. And we're all equally engaged from the Nordic and Baltic side in this project. But you know, there's a particular way that you know that you have the most genuine partners. Some of us managed to meet up shortly last night for dinner, and some of the speakers joined, and a couple of the partners, and my colleague Madis Kanarvik, who is here, came to me after the dinner and he said, Maria, it was so lovely because our colleagues from the Ministry of Culture, they came up to me and they said, is there anything we can do to help? Is there anything that requires help or doing? Just let us know. And I think with an offer like that, that's when you know that you have the most genuine partners around you, and that it's really a genuine partnership in this project. We have ourselves a communications advisor who fell sick yesterday, and our office manager Annika immediately said, well, I'll help with communications. And I think this is this is how you do things. A couple of months ago, when the invitation for this conference was sent out, our colleagues in the Nordic Welfare Center with Kaisa Kepsu sent us a short note and said, "Oh, maybe we should post this in our newsletter." We didn't even have to ask. Our colleagues are really lovely. So I think instead of thanking everyone, name by name, I'd just like to extend a really warm thank you to everyone for helping with this project, which is of course the whole point as well. Everyone's needed. We're going to discuss, keys to integration through digital tools and affordable housing. It makes me think of a few things. I think one is that digital tools is not something that we don't work on integration only with refugees. That's something we need to work on across generations. I don't think I'm the only one in here who has helped parents or grandparents when they had their new smartphone. That was, of course, rather funny since I'm not particularly good at it myself. But, even if you're just 1% better than the one you're helping, you can still be helpful, right? But point being that digital tools is not something we're talking about just in relation to migration. It's something that goes across the society and different groups. Another thing that our office is working on very actively is dialogue processes. Looking at our societies today in the Nordic countries and in the Baltic countries, we see a lot of things that are pulling us different directions. There's a huge amount of polarization in society. This might be, issues related to our financial situation or unemployment or education or different language groups. We have a language reform in schools in Estonia that, with all the best intentions, we know it's still difficult emotionally. We have different political views. We have a lot of things that are really pulling us different directions. And I think more than ever before, we feel that we want to bring people together. We do that in working through dialogues. I know that our colleagues in Latvia and Lithuania are doing similar work. The point of these dialogues is not that we need to agree on everything. In fact, perhaps we shouldn't even agree. In defending our liberal democracies and deepening democratic values, we should actually encourage also different opinions and diversity. But the whole point is that we need to cooperate. We need to work together, and that's what we need to learn through dialogues. We need to listen to each other and understand each other's viewpoints and where we're coming from. The ambition is not to leave a dialogue or a group work or a conference and agreeing about everything. So that's something that's very, very close to our hearts as well. But talking about integration, that of course goes again across the society and all the groups that we have in society. It doesn't really matter where you're born or what you look like, or your religion or your political views. Of course, in this project, we talk a lot about migration and a lot of focus on refugees. We know that Estonia has done a brilliant job with the Ukrainian refugees who have been coming here over the last few years. We see fantastic statistics. About 60% of the adults are in jobs, real jobs, not just an internship or traineeship, but actual real jobs. The children are in Estonian-speaking schools, and it's going really well. I don't think the Nordic countries can show quite the same success, although there have been a lot of positive bits and pieces there as well. But I feel strongly about integration. I'm, as some of you know, I'm a mixed creature myself. I have a father from Denmark, a mother from Finland. I was born and raised in Sweden, and since some years back, I'm a Swedish diplomat. I don't know, maybe that's the recipe for how you become a Swedish diplomat. But we lived in many countries, of course, together. Me with my own family because of the work that I've been doing. And there's a particular occasion that I wanted to mention that came to mind yesterday. We had lived in Uganda, and we had lived in Bangladesh and Tajikistan and Moldova and Austria, and we had been away for 15 years or so from Sweden, and my children had actually not lived in Sweden. But we went back to Sweden for a few years, children in school, and they speak, of course, fluent Swedish. They look more or less like me, blue eyes and light brown hair or something like that. They look traditionally Nordic. But it was really, really difficult for us. We had housing. We had the language, we had a decent education, we had places in school, we had grandma around, we had jobs. And I remember that my son, when he was 4 or 5 years old in kindergarten, he found a friend that he really, really loved. And they were playing all the time. And after a couple of months, I was thinking, okay, maybe it's time that we see if maybe this boy would like to come with us home after school one day, or, play in the park or something. And it was so hard to get access to these groups that were already formed at that early age among children, but also among adults. And I remember speaking to his parents, and I said, oh, would you like to play in the park or come to our house one day? And the children, they were both jumping of joy, saying yes. And the parents said, well, we're quite busy, and maybe on Tuesday in 6 weeks, we could meet for half an hour. And, I was thinking, oh, okay, is it this hard? And I'm thinking, if it's that hard for somebody like me, who is from Sweden, and again, has the language and the housing and the education and everything, what isn't it like for somebody else who's coming from a completely different background? So I think up here in the Nordic countries, and I speak about the wider Nordic region, including the Baltic, I think we do have some work to do when it comes to we can be a little closed. So I think we need to think about that. And it's something I remember having sort of gone through some of these processes myself. We have a fantastic opportunity in Estonia right now in terms of integration, including with digital tools. We have elections. We have local elections ongoing right now. So I'm really curious to see to which extent will people use e-voting, which is available here. I understand from e-Estonia, the organization based in Ülemiste, that the trust in digital tools in Estonia is really, really high. I think it's also high in Latvia and Lithuania, although I cannot speak to in detail there. Perhaps they're also on the way getting there. But I think that's also quite unique, that there is that incredible trust. That's something we can build on. So I think this week's show shows an incredible opportunity for everyone to be part of shaping their future and shaping the government that they want to see at the local level. I know we will be talking about some of these things and many other things. I'm very much looking forward to today's conference. Again, lovely to see you all here. And I would like to just say thank you again to our partners and to our speakers. And of course to my colleague Madis Kanarbik, who has been the one pulling this together. I know I was laughing a little bit in February when he came to me and said, oh, Maria, we need to set a date for the Foreign Conference in October. And I was thinking, oh, October, far away. And then, before you know it, we're here. So thank you very much, Madis. You're a very appreciated colleague. I think most of you will agree with me who have worked with Madis. So thank you again, and very much looking forward to the discussions today. Good luck.
So, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, it is a great pleasure to welcome you here at the Estonian National Museum for the Nordic-Baltic Migration Conference. Migration is one of those global processes that have significant impact on many countries, reshaping societies, causing changes to ways of life, calling for new services and actions. Curiously, the same can be said about developments in digital field, where new opportunities offer us new perspectives. Using digital tools to address the challenges sent in front of us by migration trends is therefore an effective way to guide developments in both areas towards one goal, supporting cohesive society. It is a well-known fact that the integration of newcomers into the society is a long and complex process, with so many different aspects playing important role and so many different paths and experiences. Yet, early integration is always about getting the basic taken care of with as little stress as possible. Feeling safe and secure right from the start builds a strong foundation for people to engage and connect with the new country and community. It paves the way for further integration, supporting people to become self-sufficient, contributive, and active members of society. This is exactly what affordable housing and accessible digital services are about, helping people taking care of their basic needs, helping them to feel unsafe and secure, encouraging them to take next steps on the integration path. Both housing and digital tools are also play a role in connecting newcomers to the communities, which is essential if we want to build a strong society. Communities shaped by residential areas as well as those created through digital channels support newcomers' integration through personal connections and guiding environment, offering sense of belonging, something and someone to lean on when needed. Here in Estonia, we see communities as very important actors in shaping and supporting integration processes. Through a dedicated set of activities, we guide communities and civil society organizations to design their ways of welcoming newcomers and connecting them with the local population. The next level of integration support is provided by local governments, who are often the first official contact point for newcomers and play a central role in devising housing and education opportunities, as well as providing access to essential services. The state shapes the framework of integration work. We are convinced that only in close collaboration between all three levels, state, local governments, and communities, are the effective integration process possible. As a digital state, we are making sure to take the most of digital opportunities. Through Estonian State Portal, newcomers have access to a set of proactive digital services that is designed specifically with them in mind. Most of Estonian state services overall are available online. Within the early integration program, Settle in Estonia, we are soon to offer the full set of compulsory courses in an online environment. Along with that, we are looking at improving newcomers' digital literacy, or teaching it from the start if needed. This brings me to another increasingly important topic. Using digital tools has a lot of advantages, but those come with responsibilities and risks. Providing digital services is not enough. We need to provide guidance. We need to ensure safety online. We need to think of those who come with no digital skills at all, and from whom integrating into the digital space is not taking away the stress of integration process, but rather adds another layer to it. If it is yet another unknown space regarding people to adjust and put an effort into learning new skills, how can we make it less scary? The fact is, while we strive for a cohesive society, no one can be left behind. In each of Nordic-Baltic countries, we have different experience with integration processes. We have our own vision, and we may make different choices as we build and reshape integration paths for newcomers. But we share very much in common. We have common values like openness, inclusion, equality, democracy. We all strive for a cohesive society which is based on those values. We encounter similar challenges, and we all are keen to take those challenges apart. Look at causes and ways to overcome those. We are also keen to learn. And this is exactly why this conference is invaluable. Learning from each other and looking forward is that what makes us strong and resilient. I want to express my gratitude to Nordic Council of Ministers, to Estonian National Museum, and to all of those who have participated in today's discussions, making those possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now we will continue with our presentations. And before the lunch, we will work as follows. So now we will have two keynote talks. After these two talks, we will start a discussion. For that, we have about 15 minutes. And then we take the first topic that is also part of the conference, housing. And we have three shorter interventions from Estonia, from Norway, and from Lithuania. And then we have a panel discussion on this topic. And let us now move on towards the first keynote talk. And I have a great pleasure to introduce you Professor Olle Järv, who has earned his PhD in Tartu, also in Ghent, and is a good example how migration can really enrich and benefit people and countries. Now working in the Digital Geography Lab in Helsinki as an associated professor, but also being a visiting professor in Tartu. So please, Olle, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everybody. Very excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the kind words, Tiit. So, in my keynote, or before that, I want to say that I'm not an integration scholar, nor I study migration directly or housing. However, some of the aspects that I study are linked to these phenomena and processes. So I hope my keynote talk today is inspiring you, provides new ideas on how to think or see integration and how to study it scientifically, but also how to maybe foster it in practice. So in this talk, I will combine the integration question with my long experience with human mobility studies and how to use digital data from digital devices to recover and study those mobilities. But then also combined with my recent research regarding transnational people, multilocality, and remote work. So if I would start with the very obvious, but which is not acknowledged, I think, too much in practice, but also in research, that our society is very dynamic. It's not static, it's very mobile. Basically, everything except built environment is on the move. People, obviously, but also devices like vehicles, information, money, even waste, you name it. So mobility is a very integral part of the society, and in my research, my focus has been on people, as also in this conference. So the picture or the animation on the left side, you can see how population presence changes over time and space within a city. So we can think about how that would influence which other people we meet or what kind of social setting is certain neighborhoods. The picture on the right side, you can see temporary migration flows of student mobility in Europe, and we can see, for example, where could be the hubs for innovation or centers of European integration, and about regional attractiveness is the thing that we can say something about from those mobilities. So in general, through mobilities, we can understand different societal processes and phenomena, and we can, in a way, consider mobility as a tool to understand how society functions. So, in a way, mobility can be considered as an indication how interplay between different people's groups and then the society and social structures take place. But then, mobility is not only about observing society to have it as a tool, but mobility also shapes us individuals, but also different places. So, for example, if I go to see different places, I move between those places. I'm exposed to a built environment, natural environment, also social setting. What kind of shops and services are there? What kind of language is spoken around me? And what kind of atmosphere there is. So basically, when I move around the city or around the country or around the world, I'm learning, I'm producing knowledge about what's happening in different places. And obviously, when I move around, I have also potential for interaction with other people other than myself, for example. On the other hand, when I'm exposed to these different environments, from an individual perspective, that affects my perceptions and attitudes towards different people, different population groups, but also different places. At the same time, if we think about places being dynamic, so also the presence who are present in that place, in that particular time, creates the social setting. And then that also influences back my attitudes and perceptions and the way how I see world. So in a way, I would say that our daily lives are simultaneously both social and spatial. My other starting point of my talk is the digital turn. As you know, theoretically, we are all can be connected to each other anywhere at any time, potentially. So as one of the topics today is digital tools, we can see how digital world or digital space is really evolving. We have different solutions coming up to ease our daily lives. So we can do online shopping, banking, we can search information, we can learn languages, we can ask large language models to write us reports. We can also be integrated through those tools. And then also at the same time, our reality or how we function blends in those virtual world. So in a way, this links back to mobility of people and how we use our space. So on one hand, digital solutions really can substitute our physical mobility. So we can skip our meetings offline and go to an office, but have an online meeting or do online shopping without going to a shopping center. Or then change the way we use our urban space on a daily basis. On the other hand, these digital solutions also provide a lot of information about places, new people, and the ways how to reach those places and interact with different people. So in a way, it also amplifies our physical mobility, so meaning that the spaces and places we use is much larger, and we can cover potentially different areas that are not common to us so far. The other part that I want to stress regarding the digital turn is that there's a global adoption of mobile devices. So there's a rough estimate that 70% of all population in the world has a smartphone. What it means is that, yes, we are connected, we can use digital services, but also it means that when we use our smartphones, we are using different tools, applications, and these all leaves digital information behind. So the information is stored somewhere, and while we visit different places and move around the city, we create this type of digital footprints of ourselves. And that can derive and study the mobilities of us people, but also social interactions, with whom we are connected, with whom we are interacting, and so forth. So I would say that mobile devices are really universal, or has become a universal scientific tool to provide new insights and knowledge about on how society functions, what are the processes and phenomena, and say some new perspectives on how places shape, how spaces function, and how we as people move around. So how this relates to integration now? There was no word about it, basically, right? So the remaining of my talk, I want to stress 4 different aspects, how this could be and is related to integration processes. So first, I would argue that spatial mobility is part of integration process. Second, that through spatial mobilities, we could have some new insights about how integration and transnationalism are linked, or how the processes go. And third, that through spatial mobilities, we can also understand in near future, hopefully, how remote work and multi-local living affect integration as well. And finally, to show that how these digital tools and digital data could help us to study integration from different perspectives. So if we start with the first part out of these 4, I would say that often we think about integration as one linear process, and there's the end goal, being integrated into a society. But obviously, it's an ongoing, never-ending process, right? There's ups and downs, and also it's very multi-layered. We can ask a question, in which way I'm integrated to a society? In very simple way, we can say that there are 5 main dimensions how we can be integrated to a society. There's a social domain linked to, let's say, social networks, structural domain linked to employment and education, cultural domain, civic and political, as mentioned, being active in local politics, for example, and then identity linked to how I feel about to whom I belong. But also, when we think about when we move around the city or outside our daily activity locations, that can also be considered as part of a learning process of becoming a local, how to navigate within a city to see other parts of the country or other parts in the continent as well. And through that, we produce the local knowledge through the use of space about the society, but also other people. So I would like to stress that there is basically another dimension or domain, which is a spatial, that we could and should acknowledge in integration processes. And here are a few examples from my and my colleagues' previous works, where we looked how the use of space outside your usual living environment, let's say your home neighborhood or home city, and how that, while you go outside, how that kind of contributes of becoming a local or part of the society. So the map on the left side, you can see how residents of Tallinn visiting different places in Estonia, and the colors are showing, the red color shows where the people, like Russian-speaking population in Tallinn, which places they visit. And basically we can see that they tend to limit their visits to certain regions. And we can think about the spatial integration and say that they are not really exploring the other parts of a society. The figure on the right side, you can see the use of space of Estonians and between these two language groups. And we can see when we divide those people also into subjective social classes, that there's a very significant difference in the middle class. And here we can see that Russian-speaking population is not using the space as you would expect, given that they should have the resources to see other places within Estonia. So through this spatial mobility aspect, we can see those differences. Obviously, we don't know the reasons behind it, but we can already see that from a spatial integration point of view, there are work to be done. My third example here is from a recent small sampled smartphone study where we examined how daily use of space by Estonians who live in Finland, how it has changed. And it was the COVID period that we studied. And obviously we saw the red dot there, the first wave of COVID, that mobility is decreased. But after a while it recovered. And even further, the following year, we can see that the use of space in Finland even expanded. So kind of a proxy for exploring the new places and process of becoming more local in a way, obtaining local knowledge. My final example here is about from a community level and focusing on spatial integration. Thinking about cross-border communities in Europe. And in my study or in my research, I've been using spatial mobility across the borders to understand how people are, or these communities are integrated or let's say socially cohesive. And this is an exploratory study showing here how, based on the mobility characteristics of local people living in those border regions, how their behavior could be indicating how well these border regions are integrated, how well they interact to each other, and have some understanding how these processes evolve at the European level. So moving forward to my second point is to show how mobility can provide new information about integration, transnationalism link. So basically, literature says in migration studies more and more that migration is not only one-time event, it's not only one-way movement. In the digital society, we still keep our networks, ties, and we can keep them active even though we have migrated from one country to another. And I would argue even more that migrants or migrant background population, whatever degree, has also transnational lifestyles, whether it's just practices like watching local news in the previous society or interacting with their social networks that were left behind, or then actually visiting those societies back and forth. And here is the figure with some different kind of types of people with different migration profiles. And here I want to stress that even if you move to another country, you are also can be more and more physically still linked to your previous country and be kind of transnational in a way. So the transnational turn in this field of research also claims that integration and transnationalism are simultaneous processes. They are not the extreme ends of one process. Obviously, they are related, but they are not mutually exclusive. And basically, I introduced these 5 different domains, how integration takes place. There are the same domains also regarding transnationalism, how these ties are evolved and how you're attached to your previous society. And then there's the spatial aspect as well in the transnationalism perspective. So if we combine the integration or the issue of how well I'm integrated to society, but then also how attached I am to my previous society, we can in a simple way combine and create these types of migrants who are very well integrated but weakly attached to previous society. In contrast, there could be migrants who are still very connected to previous society but not very well integrated. But then there are also other types of migrants who are well and strongly connected to both countries. So this type of transnational commuters or transnational people. And then the other extreme is that they are not connected to either of a society. So they are somehow isolated after their migration process. So I give one example or a few examples from the studies we have done regarding Estonians living in Finland. And based on survey data, we can say indeed that integration and transnational processes, they are moderately linked and negatively, meaning that the better you are integrated to society, you tend to have weaker links to your previous society. But it's not still mutually exclusive. And when we see how spatially people are visiting their previous society, it is very much correlated with the processes that we see in the other domains. And I want to stress that the process is ongoing over time. So again, the same smartphone study, and we were interested to see that if we, based on some background information, we group them into these 4 different types, how their use of space have changed after COVID and in the following year. So we can see, for example, that there are different processes ongoing, how they use a space or how that has changed. Regarding the settled migrants, so who are well integrated to society, in this case in Finland, they tend to increase their use of space or their daily use of space. But they also increased visits outside Uusimaa County and explored further away Finnish society. And the same pattern was noticed by the transnational commuters who are also well connected to Finnish society. In contrast, migrants who feel or are more, let's say, temporary, less integrated to Finland, but strongly attached to Estonia, they didn't have any change regarding how they use the space. And then finally, those so-called footloose migrants, we saw that there was some increase in the use of daily urban space, but they actually decreased their visits outside their usual living environment. So that's very interesting to kind of see these different processes going on. Obviously, COVID was very exceptional period, but still this kind of raises the point that processes are different. And my final point that I want to highlight is how remote work and multi-local living is affecting integration processes. So especially after COVID-19 pandemic, our society is not the same as it was before. we have more flexible ways of how we work and where we live, which means that we have more choices to relocate to our desired neighborhoods. People who have second homes can stay there more temporarily, but also permanently move there if they want. So what it means in simple terms is also that the way how we use our urban space or space in general really can change. And but what is important to notice is that not everyone can work remotely, right? Not everyone can relocate to the neighborhoods that they desire, and also not everybody own a second home or have access to it. So some groups are more mobile than others. And obviously, that raises a question of how urban social setting, for example, changes when some groups relocate, move out permanently, or temporarily disappear from a city. What happens to the social setting in cities? I give only one example here to make my point. Again, a study from Finland during COVID times based on mobile phone data, and the figure on the left side, you can see how daytime population presence in cities really decreased. For example, in Helsinki, almost 30% of people decrease in population during daytime. On the other hand, a figure on the right side shows that people actually went to a countryside where the second homes are. So they moved away from a city quite massively. What we also saw is that, for example, in cities, the population presence didn't change equally in all the neighborhoods. So in some neighborhoods, there was 60–70% of decrease of population who used to be there, while in other neighborhoods, there was no change at all, or even slight increase of population. So how does that then influence, on one hand, spatial inequality in cities and neighborhoods, but also how that could affect integration processes? Thinking about newcomers arriving to a city, and obviously they wander around, explore, hopefully outside their home neighborhoods, and suddenly you don't have a chance to meet certain type of people who are part of the society, but they're not present. And potentially you have less chances to interact with those as well. And that can affect the way how the integration processes take place, for example. We have done a literature review on the impacts of remote work and multilocality on residential relocation. That line of research is growing, but it's still very limited, but it's growing. More interesting is to see that there are only a couple of studies who are exploring how does that affect the spatial inequality or even integration processes in cities. So there's certainly a need to focus or give attention more to that aspect. So to conclude my keynote here, I would like to highlight 4 takeaways. First of all, integration is a spatial process as well. And just as an example for practice, thinking that if integration solutions or practices are being planned and designed, you can consider how you could use space as one way of fostering the integration, organizing events in different places in a city or in a country, just for example, and give them opportunity to learn the society and acquire knowledge that they can become a local. My other takeaway is that mobility can provide new insights, how these integration and transnationalism processes take place, how they are linked. And my third takeaway is indeed that we should focus more on spatial mobility research and study how remote work and multilocality really can affect integration or the process. It's still ongoing, but in future it will be more relevant. And finally, through these examples that I provide, most of them were based on new digital data, mostly based on mobile phones. So these are new tools that can help us to study integration, but then also learn how these processes take place. So thank you.
So thank you so much, Olle. And we will take the questions after the second talk. It was very interesting to see how these spatial and social relations kind of come together in the integration process and the different forms of mobility, either temporary or more permanent. And of course, these moves can take place for different reasons. I mean, studying or work and so on. But one thing is common to everyone: they need to find a house somewhere. So a home, somewhere to stay and live. And that's something we will take up in the next keynote here. So I have a big honor to introduce Annika Emilsson from Malmö University, Department of Global Political Studies, and his research focuses on policies, mainly in the field of migration, but other fields, and how state form policies, and also what are the consequences of these policies. And today's talk will focus on Nordic countries and integration and housing. So please, Annika, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. I've been working with integration for 25 years now. First 10 years as a civil servant for a Swedish Integration Board and the Ministry of Integration and Gender Equality. And back then, I knew very much about what happened with integration in the municipalities, with the people. But for the last 15 years, I've been a researcher, and I lost contact with the floor a little bit and focused more about the policies and how different countries arrange and decide on integration policies. So what I want to do today is to give a Nordic-Baltic perspective on how these 8 different countries, how they do integration. Because there are similarities, but countries are very different in the challenges they face and the policy choices that they have made, even though we see some convergence at the moment. So let's see if I can skip forward here, maybe. Okay, this one. Great. So, I mean, what is the first obvious difference when it comes to integration? It's that we have a huge difference in the numbers of migrants in our 8 countries. I mean, in Sweden, we have 20.6% foreign born, which of course gives a totally different, let's say, conditions for integration compared to Finland and Lithuania that have less than 10%. So, I mean, in Sweden, we don't even talk about integration anymore in cities like Malmö, because Malmö is a minority-majority city, which means that more than 50% of the population are born outside of Sweden. So how do you integrate into an environment like that? So we need to change, in those circumstances, we need to change about how we think about integration. Because a lot of our politicians still think about integration like there are like 10% of the population that are going to integrate into the 90% of the population. Like maybe it still is in Finland and some other countries, but it gives a different challenges, a different context. But we can also see the blue that shows foreign citizens. So here we can also notice huge differences between the countries. Like in a country like Sweden, we have 20% foreign born, but only 8% foreign citizens. While in a country like Latvia, we have more foreign citizens than foreign born. And this, I will come back to this later, it's really a choice these countries have made that are very different in the strategies. Like in Sweden, the strategy has been to include as many as possible, as quickly as possible to be a citizen, to be a member, to be included. By other countries, they rather close down the demos, the political community. So these are obvious differences, and we see some quick changes. I mean, it's very common. We have new migration patterns in the world. I mean, countries like Italy and Spain are huge migration countries now, but 30 years ago there were less than 5% migrants in those countries. And we see, for example, in Iceland, that during the last 25 years went from 2% foreign born to almost 20% foreign born. So something is happening very, very quickly in Iceland. And then it's not only the numbers, but it also who are the migrants in the Nordic countries. I mean, in Sweden, it's have been very, very dominated by refugees. Sweden early took a decision that we're going to be a very open country towards refugees. We have resettled refugees since 1956 every year. So the biggest migrant groups in Sweden are Syrians, followed by Iraqis, and then the Finnish. And the Finnish are quite old, so they are, that group is not increasing. While in most other Nordic and Baltic countries, the dominant groups are actually Europeans and EU citizens. Norway is a bit like Sweden, that has Syrians and other refugee groups, but the Polish and the Ukraine are the biggest groups. And in Denmark, it's Polish, Ukraine, Romania. In Ireland, we see the same groups, Poland, Ukraine, Lithuania. While in Finland, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, we have the Russians. There are very small groups, a small group, for example, in Sweden. So when we talk about integration, it's very, very different groups we're talking about. Then we also have the Ukrainians. I just looked at the latest numbers, and in Estonia, yes, if UNHCR numbers are to be believed, it's the country with the highest share percentage of Ukrainians. I mean, Sweden has the lowest compared to the population, but I also have to say that integration on the labor market for Ukrainians in Sweden is a bit of a success. The latest number is that between 60 and 70% work, even though Sweden has been very, very tough against Ukrainians and not treated them very well. If I might say, these comparisons show that Sweden offers less integration services to Ukrainians than other Nordic countries. But the integration have still kind of worked out thanks to a lot of help from civil society, private persons, and so forth. And then something has happened in the Nordic and Baltic countries since the migration crisis of 2016. That also affects the possibilities and the challenges of integration, is that the number of asylum seekers have dropped in all Nordic countries, not all Baltic countries and not Iceland. But Sweden for a long time had, if you look for 25 years, Sweden had about 12% of all asylum seekers that came to the EU choose to come to Sweden. And Sweden has a population of 3% of the EU. So we had an overrepresentation of more than 4 times as many as other European countries. And this has changed drastically after 2016. So now actually Sweden has a lower percentage of asylum seekers than the EU, and all Nordic-Baltic countries together has a very low number of asylum seekers. It's something completely new if you look at modern history. And we can see this also as a share of the population in each country. So during the refugee crisis, migration crisis, Sweden got almost, we had 160,000 asylum seekers in 2015. It was 1.5% of the population that came as asylum seekers every year. But now we are down to a similar level as other Nordic and Baltic countries. And actually it's Iceland who has the largest number of asylum seekers compared to the population. So the takeaway is that we have very different conditions and contexts for integration. So I wanted to look a little bit more closely at integration now. And the starting point is this MIPEX index. It's only a few weeks since it was presented in Brussels by Migration Policy Group. And the quotes I'm using is not mine, it's from the MPG. So if you feel offended, if you are from Latvia or somewhere, it's not me, it's not my opinions. And this index is the 6th edition of this index, and I've been actually part of all the Swedish indicators since 2004. As you can see, Sweden is in the top. Sweden has throughout since 2004 been considered by this index to have the best integration policy in Europe and also in the world. It has been on the top since 2004. We can see that Denmark and Estonia is a little bit below EU average, and on the bottom is Lithuania and Latvia. So do Lithuania and Latvia have the worst integration policy in the EU? And does Sweden really have the best integration policy? And Norway and Iceland, it's not in this index because it's only EU countries, but I've used their numbers from 2019. So let's look at some examples because they have different fields of integration, like the labor market, citizenship, health, but I'm just going to show some of them that also is giving an example how the countries are different. So if you just look at labor market mobility, here Sweden and Finland and also Norway have really good policies, while Iceland and Latvia has scored the lowest. So what does these indicators mean? How do they make these scores? They try to measure rights and access to services. So how easy is it to access services that would help you get into the labor market and get a job? And what kind of rights do you have? So for example, there are some, like in Latvia here, why do Latvia score so low? Is that access to public employment services is limited without proficiency in the Latvian language, and full social security benefits are granted only to permanent residents. So these are just some of the reasons why Latvia scores so low. But this doesn't mean that integration in the real life is worse in Latvia and Iceland, because if we look at the employment rates, we see who has the highest employment rate for foreign-born. It's Iceland, followed by Estonia. And we have the lowest in Finland. But all the Nordic-Baltic countries have a higher employment rate for foreign-born than the EU average. So Nordics are better than average when it comes to labor market integration. So how can you have the worst labor market integration policy and still have the best integration? It could be that who is arriving in the country. I mean, it's mostly Polish in Iceland, and while Sweden have more refugees coming in. So it's because if you look at research studies on refugee integration in Europe, Sweden actually is very, very successful, more successful than in Denmark and Norway, that has a more prosperous labor market than Sweden, but refugees are still doing better in Sweden than in Norway and Denmark. And that could be because we are considered we give a lot of rights and access to services. So let's continue with something else that differentiate our countries. It's family reunification and permanent residence. So here, Denmark is on the bottom, and Sweden and Estonia here and Finland tend to be on the top. So why is Denmark so different? They started already in the late 90s with these civic integration policies. It's all these requirements that you need to fulfill before you can become a permanent resident, before you can get a family reunification, before you can get a citizenship. And so in that way, Denmark and Sweden are the opposite of each other, because in Sweden there has been no requirements basically for anything to be able to have family reunification, citizenship, permanent residence. This is changing rapidly in Sweden, but this index is from 2025, measuring integration policies in 2023. So if we will have done this study, when we will do this study in 2 years, Sweden would have dropped considerably in these indexes, because nowadays all politicians want Sweden to be like Denmark. So let's go to one area where that is the main cause of why Latvia and Lithuania are on the bottom on this list, and that's political participation. I've heard so much today that it's so important with communication and inclusion and local elections and everything. But when we look at political participation, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia is totally at the bottom in Europe. And this is just because there is a lot of rights missing for non-citizens in the Baltic countries, especially voting in local elections, even be a member of a political party, represent parties in the local governments, and so forth. And there are many other here. There is also indicators on if migrant groups are consulted regularly. So this is why the Baltic countries score so low. But it's not a coincidence. I mean, it's a choice the Baltic countries have done because of their unique historical situation with a minority that could be that they don't want to integrate into the political community. So it's an active choice, which also is shown when it's coming to access to nationality. Here it's also Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia on the bottom. So it's more difficult to become a citizen in the Baltic countries than any other European country. Even Denmark, who are really, really tough. And they don't, also remember Denmark, they don't need to follow the EU migration policy because they have an exception. So that's why they can be tougher than other European countries. And this is also a choice because Baltic states, they don't want to include foreigners into their demos, to their political community, because it's a threat. So it's a choice. But according to this index, it's a sign of a really bad integration policy, because the aim is not integration in this case. And this has real effects. I will just say that, and these two things together, political participation and access to nationality, they together show that the complex situation with the Russian minority, because you don't want people to become citizens and have an influence, but you don't want to give the non-citizens rights. So it's kind of exclusion on two different ways. And this has a direct effect on the naturalization rate. This is the percentage of migrants who become citizens every year. And this is just from 2012, but this is kind of a stable pattern. So every year, 10% of all foreigners become citizens in a country like Sweden. And it's less than 1% in Denmark. And it's very, very few in Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. So this is, we saw the first figure where Sweden had very few foreign citizens, but a high share of migrants. And it was the opposite in some of the other Nordic-Baltic countries. But this has, of course, long-term consequences, these different choices that the countries have been doing. But as I said, Sweden used to be different. We were on the top. Now, we as a country have lost all self-confidence in integration. We thought that this amazing welfare state will just make migrants into Swedes in like 3 years. So there was such a huge optimism. But suddenly, a few years ago, all political parties just changed their mind. So from 80% of political representation in the Swedish parliament were totally for an open migration policy. Now 80% is totally against migration. So we are rapidly changing with ambition to become more similar to Denmark. The Social Democrats go to Denmark and see them as a role model. The center-right parties go to Denmark. So we want to be like Denmark. We have already done some changes, but we are going to be, before the next election, there is a lot of next autumn. We have all these new integration requirements for permanent residence, family reunification, citizenship. We also talk about taking away right to welfare from non-citizens, and many, many, many other things. So this rosy picture of a country that give access to rights and will totally change in the coming years. I would say something about housing, but it was my second priority. I've done a lot of research about housing. I just want to mention that, I mean, this is the model of, in Sweden, integration is only for migrant newcomer refugees. All other integration is mainstreamed through all different political departments and policy areas. So, and this is the infrastructure of the Swedish integration policy for refugees. It's financed by the state, but it's coordinated by the state in the local communities, by the employment service, but the municipalities, of course, have a huge role to play in language training, housing, and daily services. And for this, the state gives the municipalities 16,500 euros for an adult and 50,000 euros for an unaccompanied minor. So, but the housing is the responsibility of the municipalities. The state has no role to play in housing anymore. There is 0 crowns in housing budget in the Swedish state budget. And from 2025, the state has taken more, let's say, force when it comes to housing. Since 2016, the state decides exactly how many refugees each municipality in Sweden should settle. So the municipalities have no choice of saying yes or no. They just have to settle. There was a court case the other day, a few weeks ago. One municipality refused to take in a refugee, and they lost in the Swedish courts. And the politicians now that decided this was sentenced for this, that they broke the law. But since 2025, also all asylum seekers have to live in state reception centers. They used to be able to live in wherever they wanted. But this has changed. So if you live outside these centers, you don't get a daily allowance at all. You get 0 crowns from the Swedish from the Swedish state, and you have to report where you live if you live outside this state housing, and if they don't find you there, they can take back your asylum application. So this is just part of this new policy direction in Sweden. But the last thing, the good news is that since we have much lower number of refugees and asylum seekers, we don't have a housing problem anymore. This is in Swedish. It used to be the biggest issue with refugee settlement. How should we solve housing? But what these staples are saying is that further to the right is that we have very good access to housing in our municipalities. So that's something very new. So that's the good news at the end. I guess my time is up. At least it says so on my screen. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Indeed, I also have noticed this policy view change through the Nordic, through the migration conferences that we have had, and how really the policy has changed in the Nordic countries. So we have about 50 minutes to take questions to both keynote speakers. I ask you to sit here, Olle, you too. And yes, the floor is open for questions and comments. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Olga Sitnik, and at the moment I work for UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR. I'm government liaison officer and based in Tallinn, but we have this multi-country office with the headquarters in Stockholm, and which is covering all Nordic-Baltic countries. But previously, I worked for the Ministry of Culture in Estonia, and for the moment, I will take off this hat of a UNHCR officer and put in the hat of previous Estonian official. I have a comment to Henrik because your statement that the state doesn't want people without citizenship or citizens of third countries to become citizens hurt me a little bit, because I know that there are several measures how Estonian state wants to, help people to become citizens. Of course, there are different political views on how should it be done. There are some people who say that the current system is okay and we shouldn't change it. There are some who say that we should change the law. But yes, I would argue with that statement that Estonian state doesn't want people to become citizens. And my question is now that, yes, what I have heard also from the colleagues from Nordic countries, that Nordic countries are changing their politics and policies on integration and asylum protection systems and so. So probably in the next index we will see the decline of Nordic countries. But do you see other new good examples emerging from other countries? Is it possible that Baltics will move up, or maybe some other regions about which you haven't talked today? Thank you.
I don't say that the Baltic policies are wrong or bad. It's just the index show that when it comes to access, they have the most restrictive regime. And also, if we look at the naturalization rate, if less than 1% of the foreign citizens in a country become citizens, then it cannot be so facilitated. And I understand that there is a political situation with a minority group that is threatening to a small country. So I don't say it's bad. I just say it's a thing that's unique for this integration model is unique for the Baltic states. That is different from other European countries and the other Nordic countries. And role model for integration. And Sweden has actually, so far, we haven't changed the integration policy. We still put a lot of money and efforts into integration. It's just the migration policy that has changed. And now the latest suggestion is to cut the welfare rights. But this is something that is investigated now, and there will be an election between the investigation and the political decision. And this is something that the center-left parties would never accept, because it's the universal welfare state model that is very Swedish. So I don't think that will go through the political and go through the parliament. But everyone except 3 small parties in Sweden want to be on the minimum level in migration, while still, and this they say, even the Sweden Democrats that are the most anti-migration part, they want to respect international law and they want to respect EU law. So that they will not challenge international law or EU law, but they want to be as low as possible. And then, I mean, there are countries like Portugal and Spain that are very, have a migrant-friendly policies that hasn't changed their mind so far. But they have quite few refugees. They have quite a lot of migrants, but not so many refugees. So I don't know if there is a European leader in humanitarianism or refugee. I don't see a role model in Europe. I see only we have the new pact on migration coming up. It's going to be very tough. if this works as it's supposed to do, it would be very hard for asylum seekers.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm from Latvia, so it's not very easy to reflect about the index and indicators. I just would like to add some short remark about the links between migration policy and integration policy. Yes, because all rules to enter into a country, to enter labor market, etc., usually are set by the migration policy, and integration policy is other strand. But I absolutely agree that we have to take into account interactions between these two policies, making impact on the not only feelings of newcomers, but possibilities to be part of our society. Thank you.
Yes, I only want to make one answer to that. I mean, it's not on. Yeah, Sweden. When Sweden had a record number of asylum seekers, the Syrians, and most of them got residence permit. It was, I think, 80,000 Syrians. They actually have now about 65% employment rate. They succeed actually just as well as those refugees who came 2 years before the migration crisis. So it's kind of I mean, it's lower than the average, but if you just look at what you would have expected, it's actually much better than what we would expect. But you're right. I mean, nowadays we see this as two opposites, migration and integration. We used to think that integration policy could make up for any kind of migration policy in Sweden. But as I said, we have lost the confidence in integration and also think that the numbers must be lower.
Thank you. Yes, from top first and then from down.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this great insights that we had. It's not a question, actually. It's more as a remark or a comment on Uli's takeaways. Just to introduce myself, my name is Ghaith, and I am a researcher at the Estonian University of Life Sciences, basically in landscape architecture. But one takeaway that got my attention, and I would like to emphasize it, something that is missed from the integration polars, which is actually the integration is a spatial process. So the spatial integration as studied in your research, I assume it's basically quantitative data-based. I think this is something we need to see further in the future. But maybe I can join this, let's say, this force and these efforts with more like as a qualitative based. So we need to think of something beyond the numbers and the data, something more, or the concepts of home, or the memories, or the elusive places. These are topics I highly recommend to be considered in any future research and hopefully in practice and policies. Thank you.
Yeah, is it on? Yeah. So thank you for the comment, and I fully agree. My presentation and my research is indeed based on quantitative, but I value also the qualitative aspect, and I fully agree that if you
as a person, you visit different places or spaces. It's the qualitative aspect as well, which like whether you can have the connections there and whether it helps to integrate or not. So obviously we need more information, and the qualitative aspect is equally important. But my point indeed was to just to raise that type of understanding that the spatial aspect is, as far as I know, is not that fully acknowledged yet and could be further considered. Yeah, but thanks for the comment.
Yeah, please. Microphone is behind you.
Thank you very much. Nina Ingevoldsen, I'm the director of the Council of Ministers in Latvia, and I'm also Danish, so I won't comment on the graphs you just put forward. But I have a question regarding the most effective way of spatially interact and basically develop integration processes when we take into account the figures and the conclusions you made in your presentation before. Because let's say we in Latvia have some restrictive thresholds we have to work within. We have to make the best of what we have, and we have to use the spaces that are available. Did you do any research on where would be the most inclusive places to actually start the democracy processes? It might be a question to both of you. Thank you.
Who would like to start? Henrik?
I mean, I don't know the details in the Baltic states. I followed it during the migration crisis when we Nordic and Baltic countries resettled refugees from Greece and who came to the Baltic states and Sweden and so forth. And then you heard that, and I don't know if it's true, but then you heard that in all Baltic countries they just put refugees outside somewhere without sight, and that's not very good for integration, and that most of them disappeared to Germany after a year. But this is only what I heard secondhand. But I mean, it's not obviously good to place someone outside people and outside society.
Yeah, I agree, and thanks for that question. Maybe what I would add here is that obviously, if you want to integrate newcomers or whoever, whatever population groups within a society or engage them, one aspect is to consider to choose locations or places that are diverse, where there is a potential to meet up with others. Just very few examples I'm brainstorming here, focusing more on places like libraries or museums or that type of facilities where whatever interventions are being done in order to integrate. So those could be a very good, like places, for example, here in the National Museum could be a very perfect place to foster the integration process. But then also, I'm thinking that integration is also in a way two ways. It's not only about the newcomer coming into a society and then integrating, but it has to have the other side as well. So the local community being integrated as well to a newcomer. So it's a two-way process. And then when refugees or migrants are facilitated in certain isolated places, there's also no chance for the other community to interact, and that also limits the integration. So maybe that could be my comment as well, to kind of try to avoid these type of centers in a way.
Yeah, one comment on that. I mean, yes, I mean, we in Sweden, we used to let asylum seekers live whatever they wanted. and most of them chose to decide for themselves. So they were integrated into the community when they were asylum seekers. And it worked pretty well because they did find jobs quicker than those who were in state reception centers. But now, for the sake of control, we don't want that anymore. So now we limit their spatial freedom, so to say. But that's not because we want to improve integration. It's because we want to control people. So it's anti-integration.
Thank you. We can have one more question. Yes, please.
I'm Gülli Haav from Estonian Association of Disabled Women, and we have some very good experience over the 4 projects with Norden, where we have Ukrainian talk. And so we have seen the immigration from the big ferries, where the housing was it was used for housing, and we provided them sailing as a tool of integration, and it worked rather well. So I'm asking, what is your opinion? Can like sports clubs, sailing clubs, this maybe handicraft clubs be used as a tool for integration?
That's what everybody thinks. I mean, I'm not an expert on it. We have a sports science department at Malmö University who is studying. We have a PhD studying exactly this. But that's what, I only know Sweden, but they have tried to make this civil society organizations parts of the introduction program for refugees as one part.
Sorry? Sounds very interesting.
Serious.
But since we have to stay where we are, probably you can just continue answering and just look for the instructions. So did you finish? Or no, there was a question.
Yes, I mean that everybody thinks that this is a good thing, and logically it's a good thing, and most things point to that this is a good thing. So of course, do it.
Yeah, we have to wait for the instructions, and unless we don't have them, let's continue. Thank you so much. We will now proceed with the first session, and both the keynote speakers will also continue to take part of the panel discussion. But before we start the panel discussion, we have 3 shorter interventions. So I will briefly introduce all 3 speakers at the moment, and then kindly ask you to come one by one and deliver your talks. The first intervention will be by Mari Arnamäe from the Estonian Cities Association of Estonian Cities and Municipalities, introducing us the results of one very interesting and fresh survey. Then the next intervention will be from Norway, Camilla Pilsten from the housing, and talks about the housing in the Bærum commune in Norway. And finally, the third intervention will be from Lithuania by Vytautas Ezerskis about the community sponsorship. So each of you have 10 minutes. I understand that you all have also slides. So please present your insights. And after these three talks, we will gather on the stools and have a panel discussion. So first, Mari, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. How is it working?
Just the green button.
Yeah, but...
Not this one, sorry.
So I have a point to make, and I guess that some of you now need headphones because I'm going to speak in Estonian. Ma siis esindan tõepoolest Eesti linnade ja valdade liitu.
I represent the Estonian of Estonian cities and municipalities, which has worked on questions of integration for the past 3 years. And I'm very glad that we have very good partners from the Ministry of Culture, as well as our 8 municipality partners who are also represented and connected to this project. This past year, I have been active in this project as well. And if you ask what the service designer does, then I can tell you that the service designer helps to develop services, and we do it for local municipalities. But before we start developing anything, it's always fitting to take time and analyze the situation to understand what needs changing. The daily view of a service designer might look like this. This is not my shoe cupboard, but what I'm trying to say is that my role is to step into the shoes of those people for whom we are designing new services. The toolbox which I always carry with me contains a lot of listening, empathy, and asking questions. The service designer's favorite question is why? Why do we want to change something, do something? And one of the questions that might seem perhaps repetitive already is, does digitalization solve all the problems? This is a bit of a rhetoric question, but I'm sure you understand what I mean by it. And perhaps a more everyday view for each of you is when you sit in your office every day, you look at numbers, you fill out forms, take part in meetings. Sometimes it might feel that you have been in the sector for so long that you already know everything.
Now I have a question. How many of you have lived abroad more than 3 years? Some of you. Good. And how many of you have lived abroad more than 10 years? Some. Thank you. Ja nüüd need, kes ei ole...
Now those who haven't.
I guess that this hasn't been an easy breezy experience. et need inimesed, kes ei ole nüüd
Those who have not lived abroad, let's imagine for a moment that I remove from your life your job, your friends, your home, and I place you in a completely new environment, which is not your ordinary environment, and I tell you that you must get by now. This is putting you in the shoes of the target group that we are working with. It often might seem that assumption is the mother of, perhaps you know what comes next here. This is something you should always remember. We should not make assumptions, we should instead stay in touch with our target group that we are working for. Now, talking about the project and the survey, our this year's goal is to understand the perspective of three target groups defined by the ministry. Today we are talking about the first amongst them, the newcomers. Secondly, there are foreigners who have lived in Estonia for more than 5 years. And finally, returnees, i.e. Estonians who have moved back to Estonia. Our main goal is to map bottlenecks and make recommendations from our side. We are looking at the local municipality viewpoint, and we need to step into the shoes of the people who we're working with and how they are seeing this. I don't want to talk too much about figures because of the limited time I have. I don't want to say how many women or men participated in the survey, just the most important figures. In April and May, we carried out a survey which was preceded by another one. Ours is one across Estonia, but a year before, the Tallinn Migration Center analyzed a similar situation, and those survey results were quite similar. We asked people to answer nearly 40 questions. It took them about an hour, and we are very grateful that they did it very dedicatedly and that they answered honestly, that they described the bottlenecks, the main difficulties in their lives in a lot of detail. This is an input that we can use to move forward. It might be interesting to know as well from where those people were. The top 5 countries were the ones you can see here, and also cities that they had moved to. So these are our municipality partners connected to our project. I have also highlighted that nearly half of the people came from war areas, and the other half are here because of love, work or studies. And this creates a completely different motivation, completely different emotional background, whether you want to learn the language, whether you have the energy to apply for a job, whether you need a community and friends around you to share your life with. This morning we heard that there are migrants who have applied for jobs, and our survey also showed that 60% were either entrepreneurs or had a paid job in Estonia. 40% had no income or only passive income, i.e. scholarship, pension or social benefits. We have seen a number of survey results and graphs, but our main aim as service designers is to see humans behind numbers. We are talking about people's lives, people's stories unrolling here in Estonia. At the beginning of this year, I tried to step into the shoes of those people and try to understand how I, as a highly educated person, am able to use digital tools and environments.
Dear visitors, this was a false alarm. Have a pleasant rest of your visit.
Et kui mina panen ennast nendesse kingadesse, et vaadata, et kas ma saan meie...
So when I try to step into the shoes of a migrant and try to understand whether I could find relevant information on the public websites, I actually found it all rather confusing. And knowing that those people may have only secondary level education and not have sufficient skills in the digital world, there are definitely things we can make easier and clearer for them. I would also like to highlight 5 most important needs of newcomers, which are reflected by human needs. The most difficult for those people has been language barriers and language learning. They looked for opportunities to learn Estonian language. Of course, employment as well, because we cannot get by without an income. And thirdly, as we know in Nordic countries, our climate is not the most appealing, but they need to get by with it, and cultural differences can also play a role. When we asked in which area they needed practical information for their everyday life in Estonia, unsurprisingly, number 1 here was opportunities to learn Estonian. There were also healthcare related and medical questions, especially when there were children involved in the households or when the people were more elderly. There were also questions related to education, opportunities and employment. Looking at these 5 topics, you can see that regardless of where you live, these are human needs and these need to be covered. In order to better adapt in Estonia, people said that it would have been helpful for them to firstly improve their Estonian language skills.
Ja nüüd hakkavad mängima ka loomulikult need suhted, mis siis tuleb uuesti luua.
And after that, it becomes important to create social bonds. It is not always easy to make friends with Estonians. We are very eager to switch to English or to Russian, and we need time to build trust with newcomers. But this is part of the experience. Indeed, they need to learn Estonian language to better adapt.
Teenused aitasid neid just alguses, kui nad riiki jõudsid või tulid.
We also found that the services that would have helped them when they first arrived in Estonia were first related with language learning. Since this was a written survey, it is true that when those people first arrived, they might have been in a shock due to the war, or employers already arranged some things for them, so not all the bottlenecks were immediately visible. But again, questions related to employment, healthcare, as well as documentation. And finally, whether they saw their future in Estonia, 60% said that they saw themselves in Estonia in the long term. And that means our job is to make their lives a bit easier. We have appealed them to come here in the first place, and we don't want their lives to be too difficult here. Here are 3 recommendations for developing integration services. I was very glad that when we started this project, we agreed in the team that we would not do it just to tick a box, and that we wanted to keep those people at our hearts who actually need the services, rather than the fact that we have structural funds to help us with that. Secondly, the service should work for the user and be user-friendly. If we think it is understandable enough for us who are able to use computers is not enough, we need to test it on our users. And more service designers should be used. There is never too much empathy out there. Now, why I spoke in Estonian? I think as there are so few Estonian speakers in the world, and if we want people to better integrate into our society, we must have those who say, I will speak Estonian today, and I hope that I have made my point, and that you didn't feel too uncomfortable, that you had to use interpretation equipment today. If you have any questions about this survey, it is all still ongoing, and we are very happy to receive your emails. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being invited to talk about Bærum municipality. I don't think I should try my Norwegian, since I don't think the translator will have problems, since we're also a small language and it's difficult for refugees to learn Norwegian. Then I have the same slides problems. There. Oop. Not this press, that's what we do. Okay, I think I just want to first say something about the municipality. So like have the framework. If the 5th largest municipality in Norway is part of the capital region, Bærum is governed according to the Formannsgass model of local government. Bærum appears to both top and bottom with a living condition indicator depending on the geographic areas. And like you said, the movements in Bærum, a lot of people have cottages and a lot haven't. So during COVID, they actually wasn't allowed to go to cottages outside the districts to not have so much movement. Approximately 4.4% of the population lives in renting houses, and only 50% of the housing stock is rented out in Bærum. So Norway, the aim is that people own their own apartment and their own living place. In Bærum, we have like 155 nationalities, 47% with university degree, 25% is immigrants and Norwegian-born immigrants, and a lot of them are high-skilled working immigrants, so it's not mostly refugees. The population is 132,966 residents. I thought to say something about the refugee policy. And unlike Sweden, in Norway you can't go live wherever you like. It's the national government with the Norwegian Director of Integration and Diversity who actually ask the municipality how many refugees they can have. They actually say, can you have this and this amount? And then it's actually the political council who decides yes or no. So between 2021 and 2025, Bærum had settled 1,237 refugees. And I didn't bring the number here, but as you can see, in the 2021, we took we requested 105, but we didn't get enough because that was before the Ukraine war. And then it started during the Ukraine war. We got question for high amount of refugees. And we didn't manage it because of housing. But if you look at 2025, we were actually asked by the government to take 250. And it's actually the first time the political system in municipality actually said, no, we can only take 120. So it's a changing in Norway concerning how many refugees. And also, I think Norway in the highest years, I think Norway, because of the system, had 80% of the whole Nordic, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, they took 80% of Ukraine refugees. And that's why you have a political change in Norway, and you also change the system, what's the rights for Ukraine people. In Bærum municipality is an endorsed strategy to guide refugees to accommodate across the municipality. And that's because you have differences between the different regions. Bærum is not big in the space, but you have certain addresses, certain streets that has more problem than other places. So it's very different. And also by spreading, like this from Malmö said, that will hinder the integration, or like it's more difficult, but in Norway they actually see that it's part of the integration, spreading the refugees all along the coast or the country, or also the small places, because it will increase the integration, because you get mixed much more with the local population instead of having ghettoification with strong areas with high percentages of immigrants. In Norway, we have the introduction program. I just want to say we do it very different from the different municipalities, how we actually start with the refugees. In Bærum, the refugee office is management the settlements of the settlement process. We are guiding and support individuals and family. We also have activities for children. We try to get them into the activities which is in the municipality. Assessing individual needs, including health assessment, and coordinating a participation in the introduction program. So we don't have the introduction program, but we are actually coordinating it. The introduction program in Norway is adults between age 18 and 55, and it's mandatory, and it's governed by law. And it's 6 months to 4 years, depending on the education background. And that's some of the changes the last years we had with the length of the program. And the program includes language instructions, learning language. It's about the society, social studies, life skills training, family counseling and guidance, labor market orientation and work-life preparation, and preparation for education and vocational training. So those having 6 months has a very strict program, and is a full-time work actually going on the program. Okay, now housing, which I was asked to talk about. In Bærum, we have 55,000 resident units. It's the municipality housing is 2,224 for social housing purposes, and it's used for the whole population. And the rest of the group, if you are moving to Bærum, you will not get part of the social housing. You have to live in that 3 years before you can actually be part of them if you have social problems. But if you're a refugee, you are helped at once. The size of housing is 2.26 individuals, but we have 10% living in crowded. And the refugee housing in municipalities is distributed to municipality housing and private units, depending on the needs of the family or the person. I also want to, as I said, that it's very different with the living conditions in Bærum. And I just want to show these slides in Norwegian. It shows that the dark green is the areas which have bigger issues with living condition and social. And one of the problems is that I want to bring this with the immigration Norwegian born to immigrants' parents. Is that this slide represents the percentage of immigrants and children of immigrant parents. These figures correlate with the areas that have lower social indicators. And also in the areas where you have lower social indicators, actually the prices for properties are lower. And these areas are kind of situated in the western part of Bærum. So we have an east-west situation in Bærum. And also, if you look at Oslo, you can see that, as I said in the beginning, Norway in Bærum, you have the highest living standard, but then you also are touching the lowest part of the Oslo for living standards. And this is one of the issues we have, how to cope with this. The refugee housing, the slide illustrates use both the municipality and private renting houses, and during the war in Ukraine, and how the uses evolved over time. And it shows the changes between 2024 and 2025, because we had such a big problems with the housing. We needed to get a new strategy, because the private housing, the rental housing, the market was empty. We didn't get any, and it was really expensive, and we didn't want to raise the rate. That was one of the problems. So then we started using renovating nursing homes were introduced for a housing solution. And also it's important to say that it's not the municipality who gets into the contract, it's a refugee who gets her own contract with the landowner and also with the municipality. I just wanted to show this is these units we started using. This was empty buildings. They had moved out the old people. They redid it, and then they moved in refugees. And this one is a 6-story apartment building for former elder home. It was 81 two-rooms. It's situated in actually one of the areas where you have social problems. But we decided that we needed to have housing for the refugees. But in this housing, we didn't have children. It's only 7 children brought up in this apartment. And it was single people and couples. And we tried to move them in as different nationalities moving together, and also we try to get the ages in the same levels of in the apartment, the store. No, not in the store, in the building. Then we also, had another one which is located more in the western part of Bærum, which also was old elder homes, and there also was a discussion with the local people because they weren't too happy. And this is, my time is going up. Yeah, just see. And then we also use sharing housing. We also were very dedicated which one was going into these housing facilities. Very short here. Then we just show that the private rental, we used a lot of, in Norway you have, at least in Bærum, you have a lot of basements which you use, which is actually a proper flat because it's hills and you have the windows outdoor. So this was a typical, but it's only 1-year contract. And it's a basic standard, but that's helped to make people get a place to live. And then it's also furnished and unfurnished. Okay, thank you.
The middle of my slides. Can we start from the beginning? Hi. So my name is Vytautas Ežerskas. I represent I Am Lithuania and the RISE project that I'm going to speak about today. It's a community sponsorship project. For those who does not know or are not familiar with community sponsorship, it is a model where local communities support refugee integration and supplement the support provided by the government. So, from all the presentations today already, you've noticed that integration is it's not easy, and oftentimes it's failed. And what we know, it fails without the connection of real people and the local community. People need people, not just policies, is what we say. And the solution for that is community sponsorship. We at RISE Project use this is our slogan, that it takes a community to build a home. So what is RISE? What is this project about? It is a three-country, Lithuanian, Belgian, and Italian project, funded by the EU and led by IOM, International Organization for Migration, in all those three countries, as well as with our key partners in the three countries as well, the Reception and Integration Agency of Lithuania, Odyssey School of University of Applied Sciences, and Roma Tre University in Italy, who perform our research activities. And of course, we have our key associated partners that you can see in the slide, as well as, well, I would like to mention the key contributions from the government, especially in Lithuania, from the Ministry of Social Security and Labor, as well as Fedasil in Belgium, which is the federal agency for the reception and asylum for asylum seekers. So this is the overview and what we do and what's the road to building a community sponsorship and accepting community. So first of all, what we did, we started our research program, an assessment of the existing community sponsorship shapes, existing experiences in the countries of the project. So we prepared this. The second part was to prepare toolkits and trainings based on this research. And the third part is mobilization and piloting and coming out to the society, raising awareness about the refugee integration and improving what's already existing. I will go into more details on all of three of these points. So first of all, the research, it was done since last April to November. It was led by the university, the Odyssey University of Applied Sciences in Belgium. We created surveys, so combined survey and focus group discussions, so quantitative and qualitative methods. Surveys were translated to all the languages that you see here on the slide that are convenient for the respondents, for both the volunteers who participated in some form in the community sponsorship or hosting, private hosting, and also for the languages that are more convenient and accessible for the migrants. And what we learn, of course, there's a lot of data that you will be able to find. I'll show the link later to our report if you're interested. But some key, I would say, main observations are that volunteers, people who supported refugee integration, feel that this is a worthwhile thing to do. Of course, there were some comments and some feedback that it did not reach the expectations of the person. Sometimes there was some leadership that was lacking or some support that they expected but did not receive from the government or either organization that they were affiliated with. And a lot of people mention language learning as a very important part of this. So from migrant perspective, what was mentioned mostly, it was the gratefulness for the support that their volunteers, their sponsors provided. From small everyday tasks or even going to a zoo to helping with the administrative procedures, going together to a bank, etc. But of course, if we would summarize it, that are the five key findings that we had. That housing was mentioned the most as the importance for the accessible and affordable housing, as this is the topic also of today's discussions, is the main barrier to integration. What is the positive? It's the volunteer and sponsor motivation, their willingness to help, to support the government and the refugees. This people-to-people contact, direct communication between them, word of mouth, and just sharing the knowledge and sharing the news about this integration programs between friends and communities. What we also found is that partnership of the NGOs is lacking. It could be more close collaboration between NGOs and international organizations, municipalities, and various citizen groups that could work together to support this programs. And obviously, sustainability. I could give a short example. In Lithuania, we had this overwhelming, huge support when the war in Ukraine broke out, and it resulted in a sporadic grassroots organization called Strong Together, which connected local hosts, local people with arriving Ukrainians, because the country was not ready for such a large numbers of arrivals. But unfortunately, this initiative, after a few years, it reached its natural fatigue and just disappeared. So this sustainability, the people that could support the volunteers, is needed. So what we do next, we created a project website. There's a QR code if you would want to scan it, and it will lead you to the website. We have the resource hub there that you can find, as I mentioned, projects, reports, all the research that we did, and we have a registration platform, which is the key really to how to participate in the project. So here, people who want to support refugees can register, and we will contact them, we will make a call, we will email and start the conversation of how they can support and how they can volunteer for that. And as well, there's a registration for the beneficiaries as well. But we also partner with the integration agency that help us to find and to register motivated beneficiaries to participate in the project. Here again on the website you'll find tools that it's for volunteers, for sponsors, for people who have some property and would like to employ that. And the third thing that we did after the research and the platform started, we went out in public and we started to engage with the community. I would say the engagement process was massive for our Lithuanian context. We partnered with the national broadcaster. Our ads were running on the national TV, radio. All the major news portals wrote about our activities. We participated in the TV shows and conferences, obviously. Huge social media presence, because that's how the communication is done now. And I'm proud to say that our YouTube video has 98,000 views. So that's a success for a project of this type. And also we went to the traditional media, to newspapers and local news sites. So again, webinars, going to public, like going to meet people live at the events. We did an art performance to raise awareness about the topic. And this, in Lithuania, this resulted in 35 sponsor registrations, 65 beneficiaries, and 14 matches up to this day. We still have this registration open, so I still use this chance for people who does not know about the project. There's still availability to join. And what we learned from all this, from all the 3 steps, is, again, the importance of housing. Everything starts with a safe house for stay, because that's the main background. Second thing, community building is not easy, even though the communication, outreach, and preparations were very lengthy and reached a huge number of people. For at least for Lithuania, as a country with not that experienced in charity work in the NGOs because of our historical background and just the type of societies that we are in the Nordic-Baltic region, it's the groups doesn't form that easy. We do not have this history of clubs or church or clubs next to the church as in Canada or United States or UK. So this is a new thing, and we're trying to do that and create a lasting communities that would integrate together with the people who are arriving in their community, because it's a two-way street, obviously. So the third point is the sustainability, because we need to. This whole work that was done, and since the war in Ukraine broke out, Lithuania really changed, and it changed the perspective of integration in general, but it needs to have constant support. Without it, it would just disappear. I will just leave with this quote. I think the communities really lead the change. Organizations, NGOs, universities, government, we can do what we can do, but it's the local people on the ground, the community is who do the real work with integration. And that's how refugees can find connection, trust, and belonging. If you'd like to get in touch, our contacts are here. Thank you for your attention.
So I kindly now ask all the presenters to the stage. We still have some 20 minutes or so, not too much, for a general discussion. And maybe to just go straight to the point. So first of all, thank you very much to Camilla and Vytautas for bringing us back to the main topic of the session and the conference about digital transition and housing. And even the term affordable housing was in the last presentation present. So thank you so much. But maybe if I listened and thought, I mean, we had this topic, but it got lost. So my opening question to you would be that how important do you see housing in the overall integration process? And we can start, Henrik, from here and start moving towards. You have also studied the policies, and especially, I mean, we know that there have been even like marches because of the affordability crisis, and maybe to add, digital transition itself has partly also accelerated the house price growth because we have transformed part of the housings into assets, short-term rentals through online platforms, so on. Yeah, could you please comment a bit on this?
I think if I just looked at the Swedish context, the most complex is that it can bring conflicts in the local communities with housing, because when we have this huge need to get tens of thousands of housing out in the municipalities, and then the state forced the municipalities also to take in a specific number, so they had to arrange housing. At the same time, there is a housing shortage for families and young people who want to leave their parents' house and want to study. So for the local municipality to give apartments to refugees can bring a lot of political conflicts. That is very sensitive. And therefore they started with this new solution to only give them 2-year contracts, which has brought a lot of insecurity for the refugees, because they can just live a short time and then they have to find their own way. So, I mean, there are no homeless refugees in Sweden, but it's very sensitive for local politicians to actually arrange good housing for long-term housing solutions for refugees, especially. But as I showed previously in my presentation, that somehow with this lower number of refugees coming in, there seems to be not a huge problem anymore.
But we know in the Swedish context, at least when we discuss in Estonia, the issue relates to the segregation-related topics. Would you like to discuss about this as well a bit?
Yes, I mean, we have a lot of segregation, but sometimes we have the most famous so-called segregated area in the Nordic countries in Malmö called Rosengård. It's even Donald Trump have said Rosengård twice on American speeches. And yes, it's very, very, very segregated. But it's not the same people who lived there 10 years ago that lives there now. People come to these areas when they don't have a lot of resources, when they are new, and when they find a job, they leave. So this is a very segregated transit area. It doesn't mean people get stuck there throughout the whole life. So sometimes you have to see segregation as a more dynamic process. And since we had this huge immigration for a long time, this has become almost unavoidable that people start by living in these areas. But it might change now with fewer refugees coming in.
So you can, to summarize, you don't see housing as a real problem in the bigger integration perspective in Swedish context?
I mean, it's always a problem, but it used to be a much bigger problem. Okay. It's just that it was such a huge problem, but it seemed to have...
Okay. But it's a good news then. Can maybe move then next to Olle.
And also one more thing is we have this free choice when it comes to schools. And it's positive and negative, but people who live in a segregated, like in Rosengård, 75% of the kids that live there, they go to inner city schools. So you're not trapped in your area. You can choose to educate yourself in better schools if you want.
When I look at the studies made, then what I understand is that the choice is selective, and typically those who are better resourced choose out, and school segregation is rising rather rapidly because of this selective choice. But yeah, let's move on to Olle.
Yeah, thanks. Well, housing is not my expertise, but now linking back to my keynote as well, and I would say indeed housing is the base of our daily lives or lives in general. So it really sets the starting point. And also when I'm thinking about this spatial perspective, spatial integration in a city, then the housing or the place of home really defines pretty much with whom you are exposed to, and like how do you learn the society. Obviously it's a good sign, and we have to also acknowledge that the housing or the home location is not the only place where you are getting exposed to. So if you go to school or work outside, you certainly experience other places as well. It's part of the learning process, but yeah, I would say housing is the starting point, like where you are based. Yeah.
And I asked a follow-up question because probably we didn't have much time, also giving floor to others. But I was just thinking when you talked about, in your talk, about this changing mobility patterns, and there is much more like temporary forms of mobility and all this, transnational kind of new arrangements that are emerging. So how it kind of relates to this housing issue as well, and furthermore, how you can we? I mean, in the registers we know who is migrant because it's a concrete event. But I understand that you are studying big data, and then it's not so clear at all when this event happens, because people are always moving back and forth and staying longer or shorter. So how this kind of enters into the game?
Well, I think when we think about
sorry, and final question: is it more common to the cross-border relations and countries like you've studied Estonia and Finland more? But does it also apply to broader migrant groups who maybe come from longer distances?
Yeah, maybe that's what I want to address, is that it depends on the migration context. So if you're a refugee, obviously it's like a bit more one way that you arrive to a society, and then I think that the housing is very relevant point in that society. But when we think about European context and EU citizens, and we think about more these type of transnational people who are living a few years here and then they might move on to another country, or then that they are connected in several countries at once, like for example myself. So indeed, maybe the housing in one society, in my case, for example, in Finland, is not that crucial as a base, but I look and I act a bit more broader scale. So I also have to see that, or I feel that I need to be connected to Estonia as well. So then the housing in Estonia in Finland doesn't have that high priority for me.
Mm-hmm. But can you maybe shed a bit more light on these housing arrangements in two countries between these transnational groups and?
Well, if I understood correctly, what you are now trying to navigate is that obviously if people are more mobile and they have transnational lifestyles, then they tend to not to buy property or be really fixed in one place, but they're more open for rental markets, so they can easily also change place of living.
Okay, thank you. Maybe Camilla, yes.
I think experience from Bærum, I think housing is very important because we have a policy in Norway, I think the whole of Norway, that you want people spread all over the country. You don't want to have areas where it's like a lot of refugees or immigrations, even though we have certain areas outside Oslo, but you're working towards splitting it up. And for Bærum, we are actually, if you live in the area, you usually go to that school in that area. But luckily the areas are often, even though in the west side of Bærum, it's a mixture between own house, rental house, small apartments, big apartment houses, so we get the mix on the school. But what we can see is the difficulties with, we want the refugees to get settled in the area and to continue being in the local community. But because the politicians in Bærum has said that the rent has to be like the market rent, also for the social housing. So every day when we give a house apartment, or say this is the apartment, you get one choice, you can hire this apartment or you don't have anything in Bærum. And then I know that the rent is so high that they will need to have such amount of wages to manage the rent. So actually you get stuck into you need social support for many, many years. And also, so it's kind of, in a way, planned, so we know that this family with so many children, we need to give support for maybe the next 8 to 9 or 10 years, so the children are finished the school. And I think it is an ethical issue, getting people stuck into having a need because of their rent is so high. So I think that's, but I think the aim is to make them settled. And also in Norway, if you come as a refugee, if you can't manage yourself, if you don't have enough money to move around, you're not allowed to move the first 5 years. So then you actually have to apply for the municipality. Could I move here? I know I need support from this municipality. Can I move? And then the bigger cities, and like Bærum, we will say, no, sorry, we have enough for the ones we already taken. But some smaller areas might say yes, because they need the work people.
Mm-hmm. And maybe do you know also more about the kind of housing careers over time? Because we tend to think about Nordic countries as very homogeneous, but actually they are very different when it comes to housing. And Oslo, as you said, is very market-based housing system. There's a very high home ownership and very little social housing and so on. That's why you have also these extra solutions. That was interesting to hear about. Yeah. But how the kind of housing careers evolve with time?
Most people end up buying the houses in Norway, and you also, even those, that's for all the people living in Norway, is that if you are and have the rights, you can actually get a loan from the government. So they actually try to make people with low income or has social benefits to manage to buy their own apartment. And that's why you have the regions, in Bærum at least, where you have like higher percentage of immigration, higher percentage of social problems. And that's even, if you come a place, you can see that, okay, on this side of the road, you have like difficulties, but on the other side of the road, you have like high income people. So because we are so small, so we don't get the same ghettos as, or the bigger areas as you would get in Oslo. But people start owning their apartments because that's what Norwegians do.
Yeah, and as you say, maybe in the smaller place it's not a problem because it's anyway like mixed. I mean, the wealthier and not so much maybe lives still nearby to each other. But I'm just thinking, as really Norway and Finland, for example, are so different contexts. What is better policy-wise? Indeed, in Norway you get a homeowner, but you maybe find your home in a more affordable area. In Helsinki, maybe you move around in the rental sector. Maybe you can move into more affluent neighborhood, but you still remain a renter. So,
I think some people they do move, but I think it's when the common thing is to own your own apartment. I think in Norway people feel secure owning their apartment, and then people move to different areas. So. You can start one place and then you manage to manage yourself, you get the wages. Then I think you will think that, why do I pay so much in rent when I can buy an apartment? And so a lot of people move out of the municipality because of the prices of the apartments. So they're used to the neighboring municipality and out from Oslo. So I think.
But very often the problem to become a homeowner relates to the creditworthiness and credibility of the people in the eyes of the banks. So how easy it is to get access to the loans and then make this transition?
I think it's difficult. Sometimes it's difficult depending on if you have like a fixed job or if you're in and out in jobs. And that's why you have this governmental part where you actually have a system where people who can't get a loan in the bank, they actually look at what you get from social service, what you get from if you have like medical support, how much do you have, and how are you managing your economics? Okay, can we then, the government take the high risk? So we have like this state bank who can actually help them with loans. So system is built so that, because I think there's is believing that if you are settled properly one place, at least families with children, they get integrated with the rest of the population and it becomes easy for the children to manage. So I think that's a policy that you want people to be settled one place and to stay in the same school, stay in the same area. But then, of course, people move out because they manage to buy something in another place and then they start moving.
Yeah. But it's interesting to see that the state role is quite big because in Estonia, whenever a state or municipality does something, private sector says that we are distorting the market and there's a lot of resistance to this. But it's interesting to see that it works nicely in Norway.
But you don't get support for everything. So the level of the price, so it doesn't, it's more like when the municipality is buying, in Bærum we're buying an apartment, they have to say, okay, is there anyone with special needs who's actually trying to buy the same apartment, because the municipality draws out because you don't to get to prices higher. So it's a complicated system.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes, please.
Yes. Well, I would start from what the colleague said. I think it is a starting point, obviously, to have a house, to have a place to stay, and all our research that we conducted, and also from the previous research that I've read about the community sponsorship model, is that people who are living in their private accommodation versus the assisted accommodation tend to go to the labor market, integrate to the labor market, integrate to the society and local community faster and better than living in the assisted housing, government-provided housing. Of course, that being said, it's not a very simple thing, as in most of the countries that are here present at this conference. I would imagine the capital city is always the one with the highest rent and with the most labor opportunities. So this is always a thing that it's in the conflict, because the government, the local municipalities, they would like refugees and potential workers to move to smaller cities, because also I guess it's a sheer thing that our population is decreasing. So we would wish to have more and more people filling the vacancies. But then there's less opportunities, less house. Then the capital salaries are way lower, and people would tend to stay still in the capital, and then cannot afford the housing. But where our project and the idea is to help people to move out of the supported assisted housing and to start building the first steps, living on their own independently.
Mm-hmm. And indeed, as you said, I mean, we have always this kind of dilemma that the jobs are in the big cities, and we maybe have available housing elsewhere, and even if we disperse refugees, I mean, that's maybe always not working as well as we wish, because people still move for jobs to the cities. But do the new opportunities to, for example, work from home, I mean, do they somehow change the game or not really?
Well, a good point, because since the COVID pandemic started, it really increased the working from home and then being more flexible. It was very interesting to listen to all the presentation about this possibility to move, and how mobile we are as humans. But unfortunately, from what we see, people, at least the first few years when they arrive to the country, what in Lithuania, obviously we have the most experience with the Ukrainian arrivals, as well as Afghan, some Syrian, and Belarusian, Russian. For the first few years, if they arrive, leaving their country because of the state of war as is in Ukraine, there's a lot of stressors. It's not about learning the language. It's not the first thing. So if you don't know the local language, you're probably not going to get high-paid work that you can do from home. You would probably work in the service sector or manufacturing. So it's a physical location-connected labor.
Mm-hmm. And maybe one more question. You have this very interesting RISE project, and you talked about the project itself, but maybe if you just bring some flesh to the phones with some examples or cases, or how it has worked, and what has been successful and maybe what's not so much.
Yeah. So as I mentioned during my presentation, it took more outreach effort than I would have expected. I thought the wish to join and to support is a little bit higher than it was, than reflected. I think this could be explained from the fatigue of being a volunteer and supporting this cause, because the war, unfortunately, is ongoing in Ukraine for many years now. But at the same time, the ones that signed up to our project are wonderful people, and it's interesting that it's a lot of them are governmental workers who do work in, for example, tax inspectorate, or even the government of Lithuania, and the migration institution organization. So they feel like as their free time, they could support those migrants that they're maybe coming to them as people asking for administrative support. But since they know how the government works well, they are willing to help them. So it's wonderful that we have these groups. For example, one Lithuanian woman who supporting Afghan family, and she knows the particularities of the government work, and really helped significantly for them to finding housing and going through the administrative procedures inside the country. So that's just one example, but there's also another one, for example, a very young student who wished to support migrant in language learning. So it's a very simple thing, but it does such a big thing for the refugee, because she could practice Lithuanian together with the sponsor, and that's how maybe in the future she'll get a job that she can work, from home and be more mobile, for example.
Okay.
Knowing the language.
Yeah, thank you. And last but not least, Estonia. And in your study, as far as I understood, the housing was not featuring up high in the topics that were brought out.
Yes, I'm coming from Tartu Welcome Center, and we are working together with Mari, who presented the survey under umbrella of this Estonian, the Association of Estonian Cities and Municipalities. So, based on the recent survey of Estonian population, almost 70% of the households own their own home. So we are kind of the nation of homeowners. So it's something very deep in us, and a little fact or situation from everyday life. In this association, we have 8 different municipalities under this umbrella working on integration and adaptation matters. And one of our group members is Ukrainian. She has been living here, not in Tartu, but in a smaller region, almost 10 years. And just recently, she told that so far, yes, we are communicating in an Estonian language. She has learned the language, and the kid goes into the school and everything. They both with the husband, they work in Estonia. And so far, they always thought that they're going back. But now, recently, they bought their own home, and now they can say that we are almost integrated. We want to stay here. We have our own home here. So that's how important the owning the house actually is. So yeah, you can rent it if your life is unstable or you want to stay a bit here, a bit there, but yeah, core values here is to have your own home. It's not easy especially for the newcomers and for the young people. But yeah, still it's kind of something essential.
And at least it's possible if you wish. And indeed, the studies show that if you are already for 3 years or more in the new homeland, I mean, you get more and more rooted, and of course the likelihood to return becomes smaller and smaller. So thank you so much. Time is really flying, but if we have just a couple of quick comments, questions, ideas from the audience, we can still take, please.
I had a comment on the Norwegian case, but if we had someone up here, it's.
Did we have a hand somewhere? I don't see.
Yes, I go ahead, but because I just came up with a solution that the municipalities in Sweden are doing that is similar to Norwegian, but still different. Because in Sweden, the municipalities own like 25% of the housing stock in a normal Swedish municipality. So it's traditionally independent but public companies. And they used to have much lower rents. And so it was a way for affordable housing. But because of the EU, they are not allowed to act. They have to act on the same as a private company. So they are not allowed to have lower rents anymore. So what do the municipalities do when we need apartments for refugees and they cannot afford the rent? Is that the municipalities are buying apartments
and are renting out to refugees. So, and actually it has been a benefit for the municipalities because the prices of the apartments is going up, and they can still have lower rents for the migrants. So it's a win-win without the state involved.
Thank you. But with this, I will close our session. Thank you so much for all the presenters. It was really very, very interesting.
Okay, hello. Hope you had a good lunch. Thank you for it was very delicious. And I guess most of us were kind of hungry as well. But we will continue. Welcome to this second session of the day. And we will discuss digital tools in integration. We've had a few inputs already, quite a lot, during the morning session, and we will continue with that. And more closely, we will look at practical examples and policy examples of how the digital turn has shaped the landscape of integration in the Baltic and the Nordic countries. My name is Kaisa Kepsu. I work at the Nordic Welfare Center in Helsinki. And we are a part of an official we coordinate a program, 2.0 Norden, that is a part of the official Nordic cooperation on integration that has been going on since 2016. But today we are curious about these examples from the different countries and want to see what kind of keys for integration we can find in them. Lots of things are happening at the moment with digital tools. There are mobile apps, there are digital services. We will hear about that. They are also becoming more central to integration and for newcomers that are moving into our country. At the same time, we know that not everyone have the same resources for being a part of this digital society. And today, I mean, we are very advanced countries. From a Nordic point of view, Baltic countries, you are at the forefront of the digital turn and the development. And we are following in the Nordic countries, and all of are quite advanced. And in order to be a part of the society, you need to be a part also of the digital society. So these are also questions that we will explore today. Before I give the floor to the first speaker, I will share something that we're doing at the Nordic Council of Ministers within this field. Yes, thank you. As I mentioned, we coordinate from the Nordic Welfare Center a Nordic knowledge bank on issues related to integration, and it's all our target group are decision makers. So we want to influence, we want to be able to influence and create better policies and initiatives to support integration in the Nordic countries. And we do that by collecting and producing new research-based knowledge, and also try to work as a node for cooperation in this field. And we are increasingly also working together with the Baltic countries. It's very fruitful for us to have this dialogue both ways. As we heard today, also there are several very good initiatives that should be spread around the Nordic countries. And I urge you to contact me and my colleague Trine here, who is a senior advisor at the Nordic Welfare Center, if you had some good initiatives that you want to share on our site. Please check into our website, 2.0 Norden, and you can also subscribe to our newsletter there and read some news on what's going on. And we also have a LinkedIn channel, which is active. The Nordic cooperation on integration started, it was the ministers in the Nordic countries who decided in the wave of the the big influx of refugees in 2016 that we need more cooperation on this. So we have been working since then, a long-term project which is really great, and are now in a term, have funding for 25 to 27. And here are the main goals that have been approved by the ministries responsible for integration on what we should focus on in this Nordic program. And as you see, digital solutions here is very much on the agenda across the Nordic countries. We have done some things within this field already. Recently in May, we published this report promoting digital inclusion of immigrant women. It's the research center, Nordic Research Center Nordregio, who wrote this report for us based on a bigger research project, Digital Inclusion in Action, which is a Nordic-Baltic collaboration on digital inclusion, on the understanding and how the Nordic and Baltic countries work in this field. And this is not just for migrants, but as Maria also mentioned in the early on, it's a question of the whole society, and there are several vulnerable groups when it comes to digital inclusion. So take a look at this. This is especially looking at the policy, and what does the policy say about digital inclusion, and then looks at NGOs and their important work on lowering the barriers for digital engagement. Some two other bigger projects are also beginning at the moment or have already begun. We have a lot of these Nordic networks with experts in different fields, and we have this network connecting the Nordic capital cities, and they have proposed and started this project on mapping and assessment of digital tools and solutions and strategies, and looking at how the Nordic capital regions are working with digital solutions. It's just recently started, so we will be waiting for the analysis and the mapping to come about next year at one point. Another more practically oriented project started already last year. It's a collaboration of different organizations in, I think, Finland, Denmark, and Estonia, financed by the Nordic Council of Ministers, DigiUp Toolbox. And they are working with the main focus to enhance digital skills of migrant women in the Nordic region, so that it's easier to find work and engage in society. And they are mainly working on a toolbox for people and experts educating or coming in contact with migrants with lower digital skills. So a support structure. So that is what has been started within this field, and we're very much looking forward to, of course, those more research-oriented results. And today we will talk about examples from the different countries. I will take my last minute to promote some of the events we have coming up. We have a seminar not related to digital inclusion per se. We will discuss digital tools there as well, but we will look at language in classroom, a language acquisition, supporting language acquisition for migrant children. It's on the 29th of October, a webinar. So you're pleased to join that. We also have a large conference coming up in Helsinki, the Finlandia Hall, our annual Nordic Conference on Integration, which is focusing on the children of migrants, people who are born in the Nordic countries, the second generation, and how we can support and understand the integration differences between generations as well. Unfortunately, that is fully booked, but if you want, you can sign up for the waiting list. Yes, here are our contact details, and you're, of course, welcome to speak to us if you want to know more. So thanks. That was all about what was going on the Nordic, official Nordic level. There are, of course, lots of things going on under the radar of the official ministry-oriented research. So I think we will go, I will start introducing the first speaker of today with their examples, and I will invite them one by one to come up and present, and then we will finish up with a panel discussion with all of the experts, the eminent panel. So I'm pleased to invite Margarita Keller to join me here on the stage. Margarita is advisor at the Cultural Diversity Department at Ministry of Culture. And integration is positioned in the Ministry of Culture here, yes. So I think that is an interesting message as well. So please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Hello. I guess almost every time I have to explain why the integration in Estonia is under the Ministry of Culture, and I was doing it yesterday during our dinner as well. And so the idea is that to integrate people not only on the very practical level, but also like in a very, very deep level of understanding of the culture. So only this is understood as a real integration in Estonia. But I was thinking that it was so much said already today about the digital tools and the need of digital tools that I'm not sure anymore if my presentation is needed, but let me still speak a couple words. It will be a short presentation and with a clear message. As you see, the title of the presentation is Digital Literacy for Integration. We find it very important that we integrate our newcomers on every level, and digital is one of them. Because as you know, and it's not a surprise for anybody, that Estonia is a very digitalized country. And practically all public services are available online and preferably use online. You can do there whatever from applying for your visa or living permit to paying taxes and so on. So as a state, we kind of expect that the newcomers who come to Estonia, they are confident in using different, not only devices, but also digital services or e-services, which is provided by the government. Is it always the reality that everybody knows how to do that? I was thinking that it's even strange that we came to this realization only maybe a year ago, that it's not always the case, that there are people coming to Estonia and it's not so easy to orientate in all these digital services what we provide, because we live here, we were developing along all these digital developments, and for us it seems so normal that we can vote online, that we can sign documents online, that we can book the time for the doctor online. But not everybody, even from developed countries who come to Estonia, they know the meaning of the digital signature. It's not that common in everywhere. And I'm not even talking about third country nationalities who are coming from the countries where they, actually most of them use the mobile phones, but the computers are not on everyday use, and they are using mobile phones more like calling or reading some news or communicating with their families, not as advanced users, as services users. So without this kind of digital literacy, they cannot access the essential services what we provide for the newcomers. So it is not just nice thing to have or to know how to use these digital services, but this is like a necessity nowadays in our society. And we were also quite eager to develop all kinds of digital sources and tools and services in Estonia. Starting with the integration pathway, which has, I saw it in some presentation of the Association of Towns and Municipalities. They referred it on the screen. It's the step-by-step guide for the newcomers. Then we have all kinds of online learnings and e-learning courses and all kinds of apps for studying languages to make it more flexible and available for the people who come first time in Estonia. And the newest development is the event-based service settling in Estonia, which gathers together different registers and offers this information in a personalized manner for the newcomers. It's still under development. After all, it's supposed to be not only personalized but also proactive. But there is still some things to be done to reach that level. We are moving step by step. But anyway, there are plenty of all kinds of tools which we expect that newcomers would have knowledge how to use them. And to support them on this way, we developed a digital skills module. What we are going to most likely start from the next year to offer it to the newcomers from the next year. And it will be available for everybody who comes to Estonia. As our early integration program is available nowadays already for everybody who comes to live in Estonia, doesn't matter what is the purpose of it. Is it refugees, asylum seekers, or is it just people who come to work in Estonia? And we decided that we divide it into 3 different levels. For beginners who need basically explanation about how to use the email and how to use the computer generally. Intermediate level will we maybe explain a little bit more advanced services and ways how to use it in smartphones and so on, and an advanced e-module which will be online only, available for those who doesn't have any problems to using digital devices but maybe need some instructions regarding Estonian e-services. So that I will not tell about our field research which we made to achieve, to reach to this conclusion, but that's the one what we will still need to test a little bit. But anyway, this is where we're going. So to newcomers be able to fulfill our expectations as a country, we first have to provide them with the skills. And the beginners and intermediate course will be provided face-to-face, even though it's a digital course. But that's what we realized, that before we send people to use all these tools, we need to explain them, looking into their eyes, how to use it, and that you should place or push this button and so on. Because even nowadays, to come to the courses which are made for newcomers, to register yourself to the courses, you actually need already some kind of knowledge about the e-services and using them, because you have to go on the certain portal, you have to create an account, and you have to register to those courses. So it is complicated for the people who newly arrived in Estonia. So, to summarize what I wanted to say, Estonia digital society creates an opportunities but also challenges for the newcomer. If they are digitally literate, they gain access to services, jobs, education, and sense of trust into the system, which we also really seek to. With the new digital skills module, we are making sure that no newcomer is left behind, that they will be able to use all these things what we create especially for them to make their journey even more pleasant. So digital literacy is more than a technical ability. It's a key to full participation and belonging. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Margarita. And I will invite you back up here in a bit. Now we move on to Sweden and something a bit different, actual solution or a service provider. So Henrik Melin is chairman of Språkkraft, and you will probably tell more about what it's about.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the organizers for the opportunity to come here as a non-profit organization in Sweden to talk a little bit about what we have done for the past 10 years to facilitate language learning to migrants in Sweden and also to other Nordic countries. Språkkraft, as some of you know, means the power of language in Swedish. And working internationally, we have founded a foundation called Lingvis Foundation. So that is also, if you come across that name, it's also our organization, let's say. But Språkkraft was founded in 2015 during the migration crisis, and the background is that there was a startup that worked with mobile language learning for 20 years, since 20 years ago, but that startup failed. But when the crisis came along, we wanted to help out, so we took the technology that had been developed in that startup and founded this non-profit to provide digital tools for language learning for free for migrants to Sweden. Where am I moving this along? Is it here? No? Q. Yes, next slide. Yeah. This one. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have received some attention for what we do, and UNESCO's Institute for Lifelong Learning made a global landscape review of digital solutions for literacy and learning for migrants. And it turned out that our solution was the one among the 50 or so solutions they surveyed that had reached the most users. We have also been recognized by UNHCR as a good tool for enabling as many people as possible to find good access to language learning opportunities. So what is it that we actually do? Well, we focus on mass media as an unused potential for language learning. So, we consume over 40 hours per week of mass media on a global scale. So that's a lot of time spent. And media carries not only the language, but also culture and values and a lot of keys to how society works. The challenge is that you tend to bring your media consumption patterns along with you, and through the internet you continue to watch news and listen to news in Arabic. You watch soap operas in Turkish and in Spanish. So you never get into the media landscape of your new country. So what we try to do to solve this is something we call media integrated language learning. And that is integrating language learning support and language learning tools into actual media. So this does two things. It lowers the threshold to consume mass media in the new language, and it also turns the media consumption into language learning through integrating learning tools. We use a method where we allow the users to get support in a native language or a language that they know better than the language they're trying to learn. In Sweden, we support 32 different languages. We just added Lithuanian and Latvian in a project recently to the languages that you can use for learning Swedish. There's also an undisputed value of the media in language learning in general, and what we focus on is the the input hypothesis, for those of you who know Stephen Krashen, and the idea that linguistic comprehensible input is vital to your language learning development. So what we try to do is provide unlimited access to language input. So how does this actually work? Well, this is an example from our app, which is used in Finland for learning Finnish. And in the situation where you're watching a video, and this is a YouTube channel, can be any number of contents in the Finnish language from this YouTube channel or any channel, is that we use captions in the same language as you are trying to learn. So you're listening to Finnish and you're reading Finnish at the same time. So you create a synchronization between spoken and written language. But what we do is that we provide the language support when you actually need it. So you can focus on Finnish, but if you don't know a word, you click on that word and the dictionary is integrated into the text itself. So this is something that we can apply to text, whether it be a news article or a podcast or wherever there's a digital text, we integrate this language support. So the next step is that we use the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages to divide the vocabulary into the different levels. And we ask the learner to make a self-assessment when starting to use the app. So this particular user has decided that he or she is at A2 level. And what we do then in any unknown text is that to make all of the words that are more basic on the A1 level green. You make the words that you need to learn now on the level where you are yellow, and anything above is red. So this makes it easy to understand how does this content relate to my language skills or my level. And then to facilitate learning, we automatically generate exercises connected to this content. So you can do closed tests, flashcards, or multiple choice exercises, either from the content itself, or you can save, words to your own word list to use later. And what we do here in this particular exercise, where we have the closed test, is that we remove the yellow words. So we allow the user to focus on the level where he actually is. So it allows you to structure your learning so you can develop and progress in this way. So we have been able to be successful with this. We started out with the app called Språkkraft Reading Coach, which is a general app that takes in news articles, YouTube channels, music from Spotify and YouTube Music, ebooks, a lot of different types of media. So that's a free app to download. But what we have been successful in doing is develop partnerships with public service television. So we ran a successful partnership with SVT in Sweden and with UR, which is the educational public service provider in Sweden, for a lot of years. And we managed to reach over 700,000 individuals in Sweden alone with these apps. And we did this through strategies of digital marketing to reach users in their own mobile phones. So one of the premises here is that what our experience from when we worked as a startup was that trying to get digital tools into the formal learning situation was very difficult. But we knew when we saw the refugees coming fleeing through Europe with a smartphone in their hand, that they were digital, we could reach them. So that is what we've been trying to do, is reach them with these kind of tools for self-paced learning. And as you can tell here also, when we had this app with SVT, we had 14,000 different programs, all of them carrying this language learning support. This also led to us winning an award, the Prix Europa, that is the European Broadcasting Union's award ceremony, where we were awarded for the best European online project in 2018. And this has also led to attention from other countries. So we've been able to branch out and work with this method in other countries, starting with Finland, where we ran a service called Yle Kielikoulu, Yle Språkskolan, for learning both Finnish and Swedish, based on this method that we'd used in Sweden. Since then, we've also started cooperating with Suspilne in Ukraine for Ukrainian language learning based on Suspilne is the public service broadcaster in Ukraine. And through a project that was funded actually by the Nordic Council of Ministers. We did a prototype together with RUV in Iceland, which led to a full launch of the RUV Urd service in last year for learning Icelandic for the 50,000 or so primarily work migrants who are in Iceland. So Spilne in Ukraine not only uses this service, but they also encourage other EBU members and public service broadcasters in other countries to use this service as a way of helping Ukrainians who are currently refugees in other countries in Europe. So we have we no longer, unfortunately, have our partnership with Yle in Finland. So public service television, as you know, is under a lot of pressure in a lot of countries. But we were happy to be able to secure funding from the Ministry of Education in Finland, the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland, to make a version for Finland of the Reading Coach app, which is the app that I mentioned before, the general app that takes in all kinds of news media, mass media that are openly available online. So this is also a way forward for us to try to move forward with making these kind of solutions available also in other countries, and we're hopeful that we can get something going also here in the Baltic countries. I also want to add that we are trying to continuously innovate and develop other solutions to this service. And one of the things that we have done, of course, that we are focused on the informal learning session, or the informal learning that takes place out of the formal learning or in school. But we have also created a tool that uses the same method that I described before, but it uses speech-to-text technology to provide language support to something that is a presentation or a class in Swedish, with the same kind of integrated language support. That is, I can speak here, I can publish a transcript on the website and share that with the audience, and the audience can choose the language that they need the support in when they're listening to my presentation in Swedish. This solution has been used in the past 2 years at Järvaveckan, which is a political festival in Stockholm. It's in an area where there is a high density of immigrant population. So this provides language learning opportunities, but also accessibility to people who don't have Swedish as their native language to take part in the democratic discussions going on. I almost managed to find this within the 10 minutes, so I want to thank you for your attention. Feel free to use the QR code to provide me with your contact details if you want to learn more. And as I said, we're happy to speak to anybody here about how we can also bring this concept to provide opportunities in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. It was amazingly interesting. So please talk to Henrik afterwards when we have the drinks afterwards. Yes, next up, I would like to invite Jelena Saisane. Jelena is the head of the Cohesive Society Policy Department at the Latvian Ministry of Culture. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm from... Okay.
Oh, sorry. I should always tell this. It's for everyone, it's the big green button. Yeah.
Actually, there are two green buttons. One smaller, one bigger.
Okay, big. Yes,
okay.
Good job.
So, I am from the Ministry of Culture in Latvia. My name is Jelena. And I will not dive in different policies like digitalization strategy or migration policy or regional development. I would like to highlight just guidelines for the development of a cohesive and active society, because our ministry is responsible for the implementation of that policy. And as you can see, the inclusive participation is the main principle. And inclusive participation, it means as well digital participation. So, when it comes to information society or digital society, it's quite closely related with the internet connections and access to the internet connections. To be honest, I'm really proud about Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, because when we compare data with EU average, we can see that we are in quite good position when it comes to the number of households with internet connection at home. It means that our people are able to connect digital infrastructure, not only for services, but also for participation, or how it sounds, take part within the digital democracy. So, Latvia.lv, it's a main portal. As you can see, more than 6,000 different services are available at that portal. And this is one place where every citizen and foreign residents are able to contact public administration, not only state, but municipalities as well. Top 10, I'm sorry for Latvian, but I will you explain. Top 5 places is services provided by the State Social Insurance Agency. It means all maternity leave, sick pay, social benefits, etc. But please look at this yellow, very, very specific service related with the results of centralized exams at schools and state language exam results for adults. It means that our newcomers or new residents use this service to get online the results of the state language exam. When it comes to integration, our ministry is an institution responsible for the integration strand under AMIF, or Asylum, Migration and Integration Fund, and in close cooperation with my colleagues. Christine, please show where you are. My colleagues from Society Integration Foundation in Latvia. The one-stop shop, or we would like to say Integration and Inclusion Agency, has been developed in all regions in Latvia. It means that this one-stop shop, I will use this sentence, sorry Christine, this title just easier. One-stop shop provides not only informational assistance, but also interpretation and translation, especially when it comes to very rare languages like Pashto, Arabic and other languages, as well as legal assistance. And as I mentioned before, branches are located in all regions of Latvia, providing the same basket of services to newcomers in all regions of Latvia. So, online, it is possible to make appointments for change agents or interpreting and translation services, for legal advice. But we are very proud for one interesting topic. Together with Society Integration Foundation, we had stand together for the new initiative to develop unified state language training system for adults. This, we are only in the starting point, but under the one-stop shop, it is possible to use so-called Learn Latvian button. Its services are available for newcomers, Ukrainian people, and persons who are subjects of international protection, refugees and people with alternative status. So it is possible not only sign up for Latvian language classes, but also get access to free Latvian language learning materials and discover new ways how improve state language. When it comes to digital democracy, it's about the portal, we call it TAP. This portal is operated by the State Chancellery, but this is a place where every person who uses latvia.lv are able to connect and submit, not only get information about the draft legal acts, but also to submit proposals or even complaints about the proposed legal acts. So it means that in reality this portal works. So in cases when some NGOs are not able to use this portal because of the lack of digital skills, many ministries support them how to submit proposals or even complaints to proposed changes in legal acts or new legal acts. Actually, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We move on to Lithuania, and I invite Monika Sitke to the stage. Monika is head of integration coordination at the Reception and Integration Agency of Lithuania. And to skip, you use this one.
Big button, okay. So I know that it's almost impossible to fit into 10 minutes. I've heard this from every speaker, but I'll try. I will skip some parts because my colleagues already covered some topics while talking about digitalization and integration processes. First of all, I would like to thank you for having me here, and I will be speaking on behalf of Reception and Integration Agency and all colleagues working in Lithuania in the field of integration. And I will try to highlight the digital tools that at the moment are being developed and implemented at the agency. And while talking about digitalization, of course, it's not only about convenience for the individual user, but what I would like to emphasize while talking about digital ecosystem in our country, it is, first of all, from the perspective of public institutions, it's a fast and less bureaucratic processes. And it's really important when exchanging everyday data according to asylum seekers and other migrant groups that a lot of institutions are working with. So mostly talking about electronical services, we have the same possibilities as Estonia and Latvia, more or less. You can fill in as asylum seeker all your applications online for the temporary protection residence, book appointments, check your case status, and so on. And Migration Department, State Border Guard Services, and our agency are sharing general information which is necessary for our daily work functioning through the Migris system, and we have a separate module that we have information regarding the occupancy in our reception centers that can be updated, and you can track the information needed for the employees. So besides the government systems, there are, of course, a lot of partners that provide one-stop help and other necessary information online as well. Yeah, no doubts, digitalization provides opportunities, but as well we heard that it could be a risk, and the same tools can become the risk of social isolation. It's totally opposite of what we are expecting. So maybe this part could be left for our further discussions. I will jump onto the approach that our agency is trying to use while looking for solutions and while working not only on digital tools, but as well on the daily basis of our employees. So it's a human-centered approach, and if you talk to any of my colleagues, they would probably tell you that digital tools should support and not replace the human interaction, and that in-person assistance is really important. What I would like to mention additionally, that one of the key components in our integration program for those who are granted asylum is to develop social skills, including the digital literacy, because this involves such daily services like using online banking, government services, registering for medical appointments online, and so on. And our social coordinators, as well as partners in the municipalities, they are working a lot on this to provide all the migrants and refugees with those digital skills in order they could manage their personal affairs independently. So our experience and our motto when looking for solutions and improvements in our functioning is that integration process is not only administrative, it's really deeply personal, and all the tools that we are trying to develop and we are looking funding for, they emerge directly from the needs observed in our everyday work, and listening carefully what newcomers found most helpful in their integration journeys. So whenever possible, while developing those tools, we were trying to include residents of our centers to be actively testing and reviewing what we are doing and providing the feedback if some parts are still unclear, that the content remains relevant and user-friendly. And this participatory approach, of course, helps that those tools are not only functional, but responsive to the needs of the user. Okay, so let's jump to what we are doing now and what we are proud of. At the moment, the mobile application InfoDesk is being designed, as well as a translation service administration system, national system is being developed. So I asked my colleagues to make some screenshots about the information desk application. You can register and search for the information just as a guest, or if you are a center resident of the agency, you have, of course, provide some personal information in order our administrator could verify you as a resident of the center. And if you are scrolling and searching as a guest, you can access all information except for those two that you see at the bottom. They are for the residents of our centers. All of the modules are, of course, open for the guests. And, for example, if you are interested in education, you can go deeper and search for subtopics that you are interested in with the general information. And if you register as a resident of a center, you are assigned for some specific information. For example, you have a calendar that you can check what is going on in the particular center that you are living in, because agency operates 3 facilities in our country. So the administrator assigns you to your specific center, and you are able to see, for example, what is going on this week, some sports sessions, consultations, language learning lessons, and similar events. An important feature of this application is the ability for center staff to send specified notification to a particular individual resident. For example, about the upcoming legal advisor or medical appointment and so on. The application does not allow two-way communication from the resident to staff, and this was intentional decision just to make sure that the employees of the centers are protected from the excessive workload, and to be sure that the communication remains manageable. And I should mention that the final version of the app will be supported in 20 languages, and it's almost working. It's the last phase of the testing. And I will jump quickly to what we are really proud of, because one of the most important aspects ensuring refugees' rights, and supporting the integration is provision of essential services in the language that they can understand. So Vertis is a unified platform for the whole country, which enables to order, delivery, and to manage translation services. Now, only agency is using this platform, but later on, Migration Department and State Border Guard Services will be integrated into system. They are now testing this. As both institutions, they provide the service to asylum seekers, and they are required to ensure, the interpretation when providing the services. You can access the platform online and request translation at the moment in 24 languages. You can log in whether you are a individual requesting translation services, or you are the organization providing translation services, or you are a representative from the institution who is ordering the service for them. You can check as a user how many you've already ordered of the service. We are planning that it will be a limited service amount during some period that could be provided, and you can choose whether you want to take a phone or video call with a translator. It could be as well written translation of the documents. As a user, you can set the date and to order the services, placing on the calendar and choosing the language that you need, and some more details. And the last, you can check as the worker. I think it's in Lithuania at the moment, but as the agency's coordinator, you can view how many translations have been ordered, how many requests have been confirmed, and so some other relevant details as the duration, which service provider had provided the services. So these are our realities that we are working on and really proud about. Just a quick takeaway that Lithuanian experience, as well as other colleagues, no exception, confirms that integration works best when the digital systems and human services move on the same direction, and the challenges, of course, are often shared, and they are the same fragmentation between the services in national, municipal, and other NGO platforms. So interoperability is still a continuous work that should be done by us. Thank you, and reach out by my contacts.
Thank you, Monika. I will soon ask you all to come back here, but before that, I will just like to give the floor first to Farid Azizov, who is coordinator at Tallinn Migration Center. Farid, you're a part of the panel as well, but I thought maybe you could share some things about your work as well.
Hello, everyone. First, it's for me double honor to be present today because I will represent not only Tallinn Migration Center, I'm like Ukrainian voice in the stage, and I want to speak about Ukrainian digital services because we're also growing up in this field. First, a few words about my work, my second home already. I talk about Tallinn Migration Center. We started working 2 years ago for understandable reasons, because a lot of Ukrainian refugees come to Estonia. But now in present day, we work for everyone who will come to live in Estonia and start create new life in this country. Our auditory probably more plus 20 countries arrive to Estonia or come back to Estonia live. Not a lot of information about our customers and geography, and continue to talk about Ukrainian digital services. So, Ukrainian digital transformation connect with the name Mikhailo Fedorov, it's first Vice President of Ukraine and Minister for Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine. Its way start 6 years ago, and half short time it goes very fast and very useful to us, to our customers, to our citizens, because now we know war has changed life to everyone who live in Ukraine, and it's good opportunity to take the same services in your government around the world. We can think about what kind of services. We can separate three different groups for this service: for citizen, for military, and national and local municipalities. The main app who you can use in this life for Ukrainian life, it's DIA. It's in Ukrainian language, DIA it's mean action. For you, it's mean for us, for Ukrainians, sorry. It's mean you can take your phone and make action with your government immediately and take a lot of documents, a lot of information about your personal data and your life also in Ukraine, because its app consists probably whole information about person. It starts to ID card, drive license, and documents for education, documents for family members, also for your property. If your property also was damaged, you can also make a report about it, apply digital form, and probably someday comes and it will be restored. But also one more information about DIA. 1 year ago, we celebrate yesterday 1 year ago. DIA has opportunities to get marriage online, and for statistics, already 3 million members, customers get a marriage. But it sounds a little bit funny because in the end of this month comes new one service, divorcing online also. I think it's fair to our service, yes. But it's very. It sounds funny, but it's really important because people who comes to Ukraine, who comes from Ukraine to Estonia, they bring also a lot of problems from Ukraine. Also, they can't break connection with Ukraine totally, and also people who live on occupied territory, it's last opportunity to stay online with Ukrainian government. second part, it's like military apps. Mostly use these apps military services, units, reservists, chiefs. It's give opportunities to apply online reports, some forms, social benefits for reservists, and also probably understandable. We are now in a war, and a lot of men and other person who can fight, they should upload every time data about his reservation status. Because if in practice, if a person lives in Estonia and he comes to me to my office and he said, and goes to Estonian police and I want to change my status, like they take not protection, but or I want to take like a regular permit, he should prove his reservation status also. It's like best opportunity to do this online, because in Ukrainian law, all digital documents, what kind you get, it's also the same power like in paper. And the last one group, it will be national and local municipality services. If you have some DIA, also you have bank ID, it's like national bank system. If you have any account in a national bank system in Ukraine, you can you have access in any services with your government. You can book a time and appointment in Ministry of Foreign Affairs, like in e-council services. You can change your drive license if you lost or it was damaged in the results of war. You can also send some petition to Office of President in Ukraine if it gets 25,000 signatures, and President should check your proposition in the Verkhovna Rada in Ukraine. But also most popular, it's like connecting with the pension fund of Ukraine, because people who live in Estonia already, like pensioners, they need social support from Ukraine also. They should come twice time a year and make self-identification to continue these social benefits. But imagine if people have over 70 years old, it's impossible to move to Ukraine and do it personally. That's why he comes to me and we're working together and do this online. In the end, I want to say thank you a lot to everyone who will stand with Ukraine, because we will stand. And I hope it will be a good experience for everyone, for every country, to use the same digital tool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Farid. And I will ask the other presenters to come join me up here. Very inspiring to hear what you have shared, and for learning for I hope all of us. We don't have much time. I think the connections and that we will make with the drinks afterwards are not to be neglected. So I think we will try to keep this short. And I think it's very difficult to do this in a short time, as you have already said. But we've seen that digital tools, there are probably endless opportunities in our society that is developing all the time. And we can see that digital tools both enable and also hinder in some at some point also integration. So what I would like to ask you to comment on, if you can give any thoughts on what we need to have in order to have the good working digital solutions from an integration perspective, that we won't isolate but integrate, like you said, Monica, there as well. So any comments on you? When do we need the social connections? It's all about balance, but how can we achieve this balance? What is important to know when we're dealing with digital tools and integration today? I think you can, maybe you want to, Monica? Yeah? Or Henrik?
Well, of course, I come from the point of view of how to use digital tools for language learning. And I think that the approach that we have chosen is, to focus on how you can provide, opportunities that are not connected with what you traditionally get in terms of language learning or language training. A lot of the funding goes into how can we provide teachers and schools and classrooms. But for those of us who have learned foreign languages, we know in reality a lot of it comes from what you do outside of the classroom. So also representing a civil society organization, so civil society organizations in Sweden provide a lot of opportunities for interacting in the Swedish language cafes and those type of activities. And I think that's where we come from, that digital tools can help in that way, to let your own initiative and your will to wish to learn the language guide you, and where you do not need access to a teacher. But so that's how I see it. It can be successful.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments, Margareta?
Just checking the microphone. Well, I see so that the digital tools we need to make our everyday action easier and more available for the people. It cannot replace the social communication, and there are also some other tools and some other programs which would support the communication between local people and the newcomers, or newcomers with whoever else around them, to support developing and integrating into the new society. But the digital tools just have to exist to make time for them to communicate with the people about the real things, not to try to find how I can solve my everyday problems. I think that it have to be a helper, not a preventer.
Mm-hmm. But then you say 99% of the language courses. No, that was the digital services.
No, it was digital services actually.
Yeah.
Yes, the language courses we still have, like with the teacher, there is always a teacher.
Yeah.
It can be online, or it can be in the class, but there is always a teacher for now on, at least.
For now. Yeah, we'll see where it goes. Farid, did you have a comment?
I also agree with Margarita, and I think the government should break stereotype about digital service, because people should understand government digital service is free, totally should be free. It should be transparent and safe to everyone. And people should understand, if they want to take, they can take every time, like 29, 24, like a week. And they can be sure nobody uses them personal data.
Yes, yeah. Do you think the migrant perspectives have been noted in the development of these digital tools, the group that uses the tasks and the digital innovations?
People who come abroad here in Estonia, when met first time Estonian digital services, they don't understand at first how this work, who will respond, the main position, who will respond for these services. And second one, we have sometimes problem, yes, unfortunately, people doesn't know how to use. They don't have like practice skills to use laptop, internet, apps.
Yes.
It's also a big question to discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other comments? I was thinking, if we think about the different digital tools and the development of, I was thinking, Henrik, for example, language learning. We see a lot of AI tools these days. Do we even need to learn the language these days? And how can we, what kind of changes do you see also, like if we broaden this question, for digital innovations in the future?
Well, I think there will always be a need for language learning, because it's deeply, human interaction that you're looking for. But in terms of, if you look at it from a technical perspective, language learning will become unnecessary, and because technical solutions will replace, everything in the end. You will have translation services that are fully automated and 100% exact in nuance as well. So you can just plug in your AirPods and you will listen to somebody speaking another language and you will hear it perfectly in your own. That will happen, you know. So the possibilities are endless when it comes to that. So I think that it's important to focus just on how you use the tools or digital to actually achieve what you're trying to do, which is to get people to be able to communicate and understand each other in their respective languages, and to actually acquire the language of the new country that you come to.
Yes. And you all emphasize the personal experience here as well, and how important it is for personal interaction. Any comments, Jelena?
Just checking.
Check, check.
Check, check. Check, check. Digital tools are necessary. Artificial intelligence, it's crazy to say it will be. It is here. Today and now. We'll be honest, yes. But when it comes to us, we are just human beings. And all we are social animals. And we need interaction. People to people, people with people. So it means that from my point of view, digital infrastructure will help us to save some money. It's cheaper. On the one hand. On the second hand, we should invest that money to touch that groups who are not able to use digital infrastructure or artificial intelligence. Yes, it means that we have provide tailored approach for everyone. Yes, if somebody is able to use digital infrastructure, why not? If somebody needs personal assistance at one-stop shop, we have to provide this service in presence. When it comes to language training, I am not a researcher, but contacts with Ukrainian people living in Latvia shows that, of course, they use online training because in some places there are only 3 or 5 persons. It is quite impossible to open class, but they usually say the live conversation always helps. So we have to find balance between traditional classes with teacher, how to combine it with Duolingo or other girls and boys living in artificial intelligence field, or like this media support program. So integration is never-ending story. And we have new stakeholders in our game, digital or virtual reality and artificial intelligence. That's all. We'll continue the game.
Well, actually, I just wanted to support Jelena in this thought that exactly that was our thought as well when we were thinking about developing e-courses for those who are able, digitally literate, and who is able already to participate. So we have more manpower to support those who cannot do that. Because there comes, in small countries like ours, there comes a limit of the human beings who can support everybody. So the more newcomers are coming to our country, then we now have to find some solutions that those who can help themselves, like using the digital solutions and tools, they can do that. And those who cannot, then there will be somebody to assist them.
And that, hopefully that's the way it goes, that it doesn't mean that they will cut from that personnel as well in the end. But of course, there is the same time, there's a stronger need for support as well for digital skills. I just wanted to follow up one short thing about also, Farid, you discussed the connections through the apps to Ukraine and the idea we heard from Ole Järv today also about the multi-local lives and how it affects the identities of the people who have moved to another country. Do you think it's a good or a bad thing for integration? Okay, this is really like putting it black and white, but that you can have these stronger connections and live multi-local lives? Or is it like when I was growing up, or especially my older brother, I'm bilingual, Finnish and Swedish, and when he was small, my older brother, my parents got the advice, don't speak only one language. You can only be monolingual, or either you won't learn any language enough. But that's, I mean, dated. Maybe you can be bi-national belonging. Is that possible? Any thoughts on that?
Well, let's say the people who want to have a stronger connections to their roots or to their other countries, they would find the way to do this if there is digital solutions or not. I think this very much the part of the personality and their wish to make a stronger contacts and connections or not. I think that digital tools are only tools for whatever purpose we're using them. So if you don't feel that there is a strong need to keep those connections, you wouldn't use these digital possibilities, what nowadays there are. So it's very a personal question. I think that digital tools are definitely a possibility, another door, another window, what we can open. But if we do it or not, it's up to us. We are human, we make these decisions. And I don't know if it's better or worse for integration. I think it's part of our life, and we have to learn how to deal with it. Even us, like officials, if people want to keep these connections, we have to find the way how to make them interested in this new society, new culture, new environment, so they would be both. And as you said, you don't have to be one monolingual. You can be bi or even three and so on. All of my kids are also bilingual. And I think that more opportunities there are, the better we learn how to use them and live with them. It's only a benefit for everybody.
Nicely put. I think we're soon running out of time, but I still wanted to give the opportunity if there are some questions from the floor to the eminent panel here. Or are you thirsty? That's good. You will all be available there as well to be able to chat with. Great. I think we will wrap this up. It was very short, and thank you very much for your insightful thoughts and your experiences. And I really hope that we will continue the Nordic-Baltic conversations for mutual learnings, both there at the drinks afterwards and continuing also these conferences going on. And thank you very much also for the invite, Madis and Maria, and involving us in this project. Thank you very much from my part, and thank you to the panel, and thank you to all of you.